For the opponent, we do have a pretty big series that starts today, and John Kincade has a rallying cry for you all that we will get to right away. And I got some Eagles stuff that I want to ask you about. That comes your way in the 7 o'clock hour. It's Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
This Phillies team has that swagger. I come in feeling better about the Phillies team.
I feel the same way that I felt going into the Dodgers series because of how early it is.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Tuesday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, good morning.
And a good morning to you. You got the sort of Kelly green on?
So I'm feeling very footballish today and very Eagle-ish today.
And look what I did. I had my Eagles tumbler.
Well, it's because it's cold outside.
Yeah,
well, it is.
Maybe it is.
It is, and it sucks, by the way.
And I busted out a sweatshirt today because of the cold weather, and it's one of my
The Rook, baby.
Yeah, one of my new sweatshirts. Shout out to my friends at the Rook.
That is a
Manioc.
sweet-looking sweatshirt, and the Rook is always a great spot.
It's maybe the most comfortable sweatshirt I own, other than the Red October sweatshirt. But I can't wear that one out because.
You always think of John Brazier when you put that on?
No, because the 2024 Phillies broke my heart.
That was a dead October.
So we'll get into some Birds talk today, but we have more pressing matters to start. You know, even though the Eagles are 24/7, 365, right? It is Eagles Nation. It is NFL Nation over the course of the year.
In the city of champions.
Absolutely, man. It's a championship Tuesday. But the Phillies, who were off yesterday, resume play today, and they begin a 3-game series in Atlanta against their NL East rivals, the Atlanta Braves. And, of course, the rivals of John Kincade, who spent many a year down in the ATL. The Phillies are 7-2 on top of the NL East. The Atlanta Braves are not in second place or third place or fourth place. They are dead last in the National League East after starting just 1-8 to start the season. They got their first win over the weekend against the Marlins. They obviously had a tough start with the Padres and the Dodgers, but they still only won one against the Marlins, and now they're ready to host the Phillies. Johnny, look, I know I talked about it yesterday. When it comes to a matchup like this where you're feeling anticipation, there's not much because of the record for the Braves. But the Phillies could do something very early on, and that's why the floor is yours with your rallying cry. I do believe some of this is a personal bias due to your time in Atlanta. But the Phillies could accomplish something, not totally, but they could do something pretty important this week.
Well, I would say this: I took my glasses off for this one, Haley.
I saw you do it,
Haley,
too.
so I could look straight in the camera on this one for you.
You are just like Days of Our Lives.
Well, no, GH more, but or Young in the Wetness. That's fine. I'm going to tell you this: is that you guys on Friday told me you can't read too much into an April series. Mm-hmm. And I completely agree with you, as I always am the believer of and have always preached, you wait till Memorial Day to check the standings. You don't really worry about the standings. But I also was told by a very wise man once, and it was the Braves manager, Bobby Cox.
All right.
Said in an interview, you can't win the division in April, but you can most certainly lose it. And I always thought about that and wondered about that because they had scuffled to start a season, and then, of course, the Braves then take off and win like 100 games. I look at this series as a chance. The machine is beeping. Grandma, you love her, and you hate seeing her there, and you know she's not waking up, and you're going to be the one that is brought in to pull the plug. You know what you do? This week, you can absolutely set that Braves team into a tailspin. You can find a way to make their entire season seem like a grind, an uphill battle, something that's going to be a total struggle bus the entire year. Or you can decide to get the paddles and give Grandma new life. For all you grandmas out there, we do love you. You gotta find a way to pull the plug.
I hate this analogy. I want Grandma to live.
Okay, we love Grandma.
I want Grandma to live. What is this analogy?
Okay, well, listen to this. What if Grandma wasn't nice to you? She never made your favorite cookies.
I love my
Okay,
grandma.
well, then I got to find another analogy. But it's this. The Braves season is hardly on life support at 1-8 when you're that talented and you're that strong an organization and a great organization. But I can assure you of this. They are surrounded in a city that absolutely loves to do, woe is me, we never have anything go our way. This is terrible. Here's what you need to do. Kick them in the nuts. The next 3 nights, find a way to win 2 out of 3, leave that town with them 7 games back in last place, and then the negativity and the woe is me and the, oh, we never have it good. You think it's bad here when people complain? Down there, whiners. Give it to them. This is the weekend you give it to them. By the weekend, they're going to be looking and going, wow, we're terrible. We're 2-10. Or I know that they're talented enough with that pitching staff. They're talented enough. They could leave this series 4-8 and be like, we righted the ship. So it's up to you, Phillies. It's up to you to determine, do you keep the bad times going or do you let the good times roll? It's all up to them.
Grandma Killer John Kincade, everybody. How about we go with let's use the spiders. You see a spider in your house. You capture it in a cup.
I call Moyer indoor-outdoor.
You capture it in a cup.
You do that? You're nuts.
You cannot. No,
No,
what I'm saying is
I don't have any problem with spiders.
You can
roaches.
you
Gotcha.
can either put the spider outside
Right.
and let it live, or you can smush it and throw it down the drain.
Now remember,
And we're gonna smush the spider in this analogy
you
instead of
want
killing grandmas.
you want to quiet them all. You want to quiet them down tonight at the mall. The next 3 nights. Now we know there's going to be lots of Phillies fans there to help sell the place out.
Absolutely.
But you want to quiet down the mall. Make it quiet. They'll be, they'll get there probably in the second inning. They'll roll in because traffic can be terrible. And you want to quiet it down. So get out, be aggressive, do what you got to do. But it's up to the Phillies. The Braves are too talented and too smart an organization. They don't want to see their season fall by the wayside. But the Phillies can do it.
Yeah, I mean,
Impose their will.
Grandma's aside. I get what you're saying.
This
And
is the week. Friday didn't mean anything to you. This one maybe should mean.
It won't mean anything to me for October in
Right.
terms of the Phillies' chances of making a run to the World Series. But
Correct.
what you're saying is, I agree. If you get swept, heaven forbid, all of a sudden the Braves are like, all right, we're back, we're close. Strider's right around the corner.
Acuña will
Acuña's
be
right around
back.
the corner. Let's keep on piling up some wins. Let's just stay afloat. Let's stay around 500.
Right.
If you take 2 of 3, or even sweep the Atlanta Braves, but let's just say 2 of 3.
2 of 3.
The Braves fall to 2-10, and you climb the 9-3, and now they're looking way up. And they're now looking way up at the Nationals, right? The Nationals have 3 wins above the Braves. The Marlins have 4 wins above the Braves. The Mets have 6 wins above the Braves right now. So to your point, this is it's a sneaky important season because if I were to ask anybody, forget records, right? I give you the Phillies, Mets, Marlins, Nationals, Braves. Which team are you most worried about in terms of contending with the Phillies?
It's
You would
an
still
easy
say the
answer.
Atlanta Braves.
It's
Exactly.
an easy answer. Connor, yours hasn't changed at 1-8, right?
No.
The Braves are still the most dangerous team.
Right.
They're the most talented team. They're an organization with pedigree. They have a group that knows how to get it done. So take every bit of doubt you can shove down their throat. You got to do it this week.
It's the San Francisco 49ers analogy from last year, right? Where they didn't look like themselves, and they were hurt, and they were banged up. But every second they got a player back, you're going,
Let's make sure they don't make the playoffs.
right.
You don't want the Braves even making October.
No, absolutely
Because you know they have guys that can crank it up
Dude,
at that point.
they're 1-2 in a series of Strider Sale.
Fantastic.
I don't want that.
And this Schwellenbach looks like
Yeah.
a monster.
Right, but I don't want to be
Honestly.
down. I don't want to potentially be down 2-0, and I get it. The Phillies have handled Strider in the playoffs.
They have.
I don't want to have to keep on relying on that. All right, so you're right. Bury the Braves. I love it, John.
Connor, you wear your pants as tight as Strider. You understand this.
Sure. We can leave the grandmas out of it, but I get your point.
Yeah. Hey, he was.
Hey,
Oh, man.
it was just an analogy.
Oh, man.
Look, I'm fired up. I'm fired up for 3
To
nights
the
of
point of
baseball.
murdering
And you're either
grandmas.
opening up the door or you're slamming it in their face. It's one of the two. And 2 wins, 2 wins could slam the door. 3 wins.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my
that'd be
gosh, it'd be
beautiful.
crazy.
All right, coming up, next. Yesterday during the best show ever, one Ricky Bottalico talked about this Philly squad, and he thinks It feels different. We will play it. We will react. Some I believe we will agree with. Some I believe we won't. It is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli.
When I look at the Dodgers, I go, okay, they're going to probably get better.
The Fanatic, the day the Phillies could really hurt the chances of the Atlanta Braves making the playoffs. I mean, they're 1-8. You make them 2-10. I know it's still early, and we will still keep an eye on the Braves. You could really put a dent in their chances if you take care of business this series, and it's not going to be an easy one, right? Chris Sale's getting the start tonight for the Braves, which is tough.
You got Sale going in this series. Schwellenbach has been. He looks like he's going to be the new problem.
Yeah, because that's the Braves.
He's going to be the new problem.
Yeah, they don't care
about what age.
Yeah,
they don't. They're an organization that says, "Oh wow, you can throw. Well, we're going to take you. You can get some bumps in the road on the way up. We're going to let you.
We
but
don't
we're gonna
care
bring you
about
up.
service time.
Yeah,
we're just going to play you because we want to win.
Not going to keep you down in the minors till you're 24.
Very novel concept.
It is. It's very interesting.
If you're the best player, you should play.
Correct.
We saw the Eagles do that and win a Super Bowl. Maybe other teams, like the Phillies, sometimes should think about that. And we'll talk about that later on the show. However, Ricky Vitalico yesterday on the best show ever. This was obviously after the Phillies took 2 of 3 against the Dodgers. He started talking about this Phillies team.
He has plenty to say about sports in Philly.
Yes, he does. Ricky Vitalico. And this was praising the Philadelphia Phillies and how he believes this time around things feel different. Take a listen.
I just think this team will stand up to anybody. And Topper said it. This team has grit. This Phillies team plays, and I can't exactly pinpoint it. It feels different. It looks different. It looks like there's a more serious aspect to this team than there has been in the past couple of years. That's number one. Number two, clutch hitting. Look at Nick Castellanos yesterday. You know what? That could not have come at a better time. You just think this team will stand up to anybody. And Topper said it.
So Ricky Bo gets the sense that it looks and feels different. He talks about clutch hits. He talked about what they've done at the plate. Obviously, you gave some of the numbers yesterday. We'll give more of those coming up later on in the show as well about the chase rate and how far down it is this year.
Thanks to Jeff Kerr. They're number one in Major League Baseball.
I mean, that's amazing.
The least likely team to be chasing.
Considering what we've seen the last couple of years, that's a big difference. And a lot of that is approach to the plate. A lot of that is the plan going into the season. And a lot of that is maybe looking to see more pitches. Now, not everybody is doing that. So when Ricky says it looks and feels different, it may for some. The daycare thing, where Bryce Harper straight up said they're not the daycare anymore, and then Bryson Stott says in the post-game interview that they're not dumping water because they were told to grow up. Like, I like that. That is different about this team in terms of maybe a mentality. In terms of play, obviously chase rate is down. There's still some things about this team that is same old, same old. The base running is still problematic with this baseball team. Lineup construction, we can continue to talk about until we're blue in the face, whether or not we like Kyle Schwarber in the leadoff hole or not. Look, I get it. They win baseball games.
They do.
Bullpen usage, right? Who knows what ends up happening with Romano? Does he continue to pitch? We saw Rob Thompson in the past ride with guys like Craig Kimbrell, even though nobody wanted it to happen and it didn't work out. We've seen him ride with guys, and it eventually did work out with guys like Nick Castellanos. And then there's the Alec Bohm discussion. So chase rate is down, and that also means they've seen more pitches. Alec Bohm is still swinging at the first pitch.
Yeah, he is the only one who absolutely has not learned the lesson. But even in defense of Brandon Marsh, he's seeing pitches. So Brandon Marsh at least he's not effective with his bat.
Right.
But he at least is trying to do what they're trying to do.
He's working 5-6 pitches in
and by the way, I
at-bat.
think he's got maybe four or five walks already this year. There's progress. Progress.
Yeah.
At least with something. Try to say something positive on Brandon. But that's about it. So this team is there are guys in the team that are trying to learn.
There are. And then there's some guys that are still the same.
And Mike is trying to keep Sosa out of the lineup.
I know he
Our own
is.
Mike Missanelli wants Sosa on the bench.
I get what he's saying.
I don't.
I do get what he's saying, but I believe when somebody's hot, you go until it burns out.
I think
hot. Like, it's not like he's 1 for 4, 1 for 4, 1 for 4.
I think most managers in baseball always try to find a way to get the hot bat in there.
So, coming up next, because we're talking about the Phillies and how much this series could matter down the road, I have a big picture question for you guys about a couple of players on this team. The answers could be positive or, not. And then I want to open that up to the audience as well at 610-632-0975. We'll get into this coming up next. It's about some of the younger players. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Phil's facing the Braves. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies are headed down to Atlanta looking for their 4th series win in a row to start the season. Game 1 is tonight at 7:15 p.m. We have a monster pitching matchup on our hands in this one. Zach Wheeler faces off against Chris Sale in a showdown of the top 2 Cy Young finishers in the National League from last year. The Sixers lost to the Heat 117-105 last night, extending their losing streak to an even dozen. They'll play the Wizards tomorrow night. Flyers are off. They'll face the Rangers tomorrow. The Eagles' offseason has been quiet, but something that keeps popping up is the conversation about Dallas Goedert potentially being moved. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN joined us yesterday on Kincade Salciunas and talked about that possibility.
You know, Dallas Goedert has been a top tight end for a while now. I do think he has value. So it looks like that's going to happen at some point. If they can't find a trade, maybe they just release him. Maybe that's best for the team and the player at that point.
We'll keep you updated on what could happen with Dallas Goedert as we get closer to the NFL draft. And in basketball, college basketball to be specific, Florida took down Houston in the national championship last night. They win March Madness. Busy day on Kincade and Salciunas. Jeff McLane joins us at 8:25. Ben Ingram, the voice of the Braves, joins us at 8:40. And Amy Fadul will be with us for the entire 9 o'clock hour. This update's brought to you by Wawa. With Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu, craft the order you want with options at $2, $4, and $6. Limited time only. Gotta have a Wawa. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Vacation? Business trip? Don't worry. You can still hear all your favorite Fanatic shows no matter where you go. The 97.5 The Fanatic.
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. First hour of the show talking a lot about the Phillies. Eagles talk comes in the 7 o'clock hour, but we're starting the show off with John's rallying cry of bury the Braves.
Bury them!
Because the Braves are 1-8 to start the season, and you could go into their house, where you have gone into their house in very big moments and handled business.
Yes.
And if you let them win this series, even though 3-9 doesn't sound great, 3-9 gives them life again.
3-9. Well, first off, all of us, and I'm very proud of you two, I should have known that would be your answer. None of us are stupid enough to write off the Braves in April.
No.
But you can make it miserable for them and turn up the pressure. And if this team starts out 2-10, do they think about a managerial change? Like disrupting things, because they should.
The only thing that's hard
Brian
is
Snitker should not
right.
be
Like they're missing their ace and their MVP. Like their Cy Young and their MVP are both out.
They're talented enough to not be 1-8.
Absolutely. Now, if you take 2 of 3, right? The Braves at some point, let's say the Braves win like 3 in a row. They go, all right, let's keep the momentum going, and then they lose. Then they go, oh, damn.
Right.
Because every win is going to matter, especially later in April. No, I'm not going to write them off. But what I'm saying is, come the 3rd week of April, if they're still 6, 7, 8 games under 500, every game is going to matter. When the Phillies went through the 2022 season, we felt the same way.
They were 8 games under.
They had to scratch and claw and go on a. How many wins did they have?
Well, they were 29 and they were 21-29 on Memorial Day,
and they fired Girardi and won what, 10 straight?
and they won 10. Like they won 10. straight.
Think about if that 10-game winning streak didn't happen. You went 7-3, which is still good.
Sure,
but if you didn't win 10 in a row,
you don't make the playoffs.
Right. So at some point, the Braves might need to go on some ridiculous tear if you handle the business in Atlanta this week.
And I do believe when they are healthy, they absolutely have a 12 out of 15 in them, 12 out of 14 in them. So you got to bury them when you get the chance.
Yeah. And so it starts tonight.
By the way, I do want to thank, and I appreciate Matthew pointing it out to me on Twitter. Ricky Bo backing up my point about the Dodgers series. Good job, Ricky. A good seam head. Knew what he was doing. His opinion on the Phillies changed based on the Dodgers series.
He says something feels different.
I liked it. Yeah, he said feels different because of what he saw in the Dodgers series.
Well,
that's exactly what I said.
Did it feel different with Alec Bohm?
No.
Did it feel different with Brandon Marsh?
No.
Did it feel different with Bryson Stott?
I'm trying to stay positive on Marsh just because of Connor. Because I'm just trying to be.
You're doing it for Connor. Be fair.
No, exactly. I'm trying to be fair. And the thing is, it's not all trash with Brandon Marsh.
No, I gave him
Brandon
credit.
Marsh.
You're the one that didn't give him much credit for the catch the other day.
I don't. Brandon Marsh is seeing more pitches, and he does have 5 walks,
which is good.
So I'm going to give him some credit. That in 5 walks in 9 games, it's progress.
Until he gets on the base and does that stupid attempt to steal.
There we go.
All right, so I have a question for you guys. So question number 1, when it comes to the Phillies, obviously overall Phillies-Braves discussion, bury the Braves. I love it, the rallying cry. I love it. Do you believe, question 1 at 610-632-0975, that something feels different with this Phillies team through 9 games this year? The conversations around the Phillies since before the season even started have definitely swayed more negative than positive. Does something feel different through 9 games this year? Not everybody will say that. I saw you going back and forth with somebody on social media this morning. The guy dropped if the Dodgers had Freddie Freeman, they wouldn't have won, 2. The Phillies wouldn't have won the series.
I love that one.
And it's a Phillies fan trying to still diminish what the Phillies accomplished. So I don't think everybody will say that something feels different through 9 games, but we would love that answer. Now, I want to run a couple of names by.
Does Ricky saying that, though, mean anything to you?
The only reason why I say no is because something felt different for me last year.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I'm at, too.
Okay.
Remember, spring training, you're rolling your eyes listening to the show.
I was.
And something felt different, and out the gate, it looked different.
First half of the year, it did.
And then what happened?
Then they peed their pants.
Right.
Right around the 3rd week of June, it all changed, and they were under 500 the rest of the way.
And so that's why I won't go as far as Ricky Pitalico goes saying something feels different. So now I want to throw a couple players at you. And the question is, can you win with, and then I'm going to insert name here. All right? I want to start with Alec Bohm. Now, look, the Phillies got to the World Series in 2022 and the NLCS in 2023. So, obviously, with him on the baseball team, they can win baseball games and they can go through the playoffs. But when you've gotten more information now, right, we've been trying to make the point that these guys are not still finding their peak. Bohm's 28. Marsh is 27. Like, these guys are entering their primes.
Yes.
We're starting to get...
Yet they considered themselves the daycare.
Not anymore.
Yeah, they now don't because they were told the daycare got shut down by the Board of Health.
Right.
They went in, you showed up to drop off your kids. There's a big yellow sign on the front of the door. Get out.
Right.
And by the way, Bryce Harper was the public face of saying, grow up.
Right. With what this team's trying to accomplish this year, clearly seeing more pitches, approach at the plate, attitude, you name it. All this stuff has to come into question. It's not just can the guy hit and can the guy field. Do you believe the Phillies can win, and by win we mean reaching another World Series, with Alec Bohm, this Alec Bohm, 28-year-old Alec Bohm, as your third baseman? I'll go around the room.
Sure. Yeah,
Okay.
they can.
Sure.
I just got to see a complete change in direction. But sure, they can. I've seen it happen, so they can.
You've seen it happen.
I've seen it happen, and they can.
I've gotten a lot more information. I don't necessarily feel great about that.
No, I agree with you. Oh, if you tell me, if the question is, are you feeling great about it? No, hell no.
Now, look.
Hell no.
I'm going to go Alec Bohm more games than Edmundo Sosa.
I am
All right?
absolutely going more games with Alec.
I need to make that clear. I'm not saying like bench Bohm for Sosa, and now the Phillies are perennial World Series contenders. They're a World Series contender with Alec Bohm on this team. But all I'm saying is there are a lot of things about him right now that I don't like. And I do believe, even though we don't have full information, I do believe he was benched on Sunday.
By the way, meant to say that.
Oh, you got some?
Yeah, I do believe he was benched.
Okay.
I'm going to feel extremely confident that he was benched on Sunday in response to antics from the first two games of the Dodgers series. And I will say that with utmost confidence.
And I worry that the great headspace that he had in spring training ended 8 games into the season.
But get right back in the lineup tonight.
Yes, you got to give him the
Not
shot.
a punitive thing.
Yeah.
Look, this is what we asked you to do. Here's how you're supposed to behave. Let's do it. I feel 100% confident now.
Connor, Bohmer.
Yes, if he's not batting cleanup.
I like that answer.
Okay, what?
He's not enough protection for who's ever batting 3.
No.
Like, if he's batting 6th or 7th on this team, absolutely, let's ride. If they want to try him at cleanup again, I don't have a lot of faith in the top half.
Now,
of that
when
lineup.
I need your I need your plans.
Castellanos.
Yeah.
Simple.
But we've seen Castellanos have better plate awareness and everything like that when he's not been put in that spot. When he's not put in that spot, for whatever reason, he seems to be less looking like he's at Topgolf, and he's off to a fantastic start.
Yeah.
As far as understanding the strike zone better.
Now,
Yeah, but
here's
we've
the
also
thing.
seen him hit in the postseason. We haven't seen Bohm do that.
Now, here's the thing with Bohm. When he's hot, right, and he's swinging at these first pitch fastballs, that sometimes they're grooving because, let's face it, they're pitching around Harper or being very careful with Harper.
They are.
And so after a 6-7 pitch at bat, what does a pitcher want to do with Alec Bohm? All right, I got to get a strike. I got to get strike one, get ahead. And when Bohm's hot, he's raking. He takes care of business against those first pitch fastballs. When he's in his head, which he already is through 1 week of the season, that's when he goes ice cold, which is what happened the entire second half of the season last year. And it's not like he's mashing the ball and it's just being caught, or it's just he's hitting it right to a fielder. It's not great contact. And so that's why I may agree with you with your sentiment there with the 4-hole. Brandon Marsh.
That sort of changes that moves me off of my meh to, okay. As long as it's just, I don't think they have a 4-hole hitter that is built for it.
Well, maybe at the deadline.
Maybe.
No, right, yeah. But we got to get to
Right, I get that.
I
Long
got to
way
get
to
to
go.
the end of April.
By the
Long
way,
way to go.
that 4-hole hitter could be another third baseman if there's anybody available.
We will see.
That actually provides
Can
pop.
the Cardinals suck really bad? Then
Yeah.
maybe you find one.
We've been talking about Arenado for like 5 years.
Yeah, and I wish we had done it like 3 years ago.
Brandon Marsh. I say no. And I'm not afraid to say it. Even though they were in the World Series 3 years ago, NLCS 2 years ago, they did it platooning him. And right now, allegedly, he's your everyday starting center fielder.
They cannot. You cannot.
Connor?
I say yes.
It's your boy.
No, it's the strength of the lineup. It has nothing to do with Brandon Marsh. If 7 of the other 9 guys are absolute yeses, then Brandon Marsh doesn't matter. You can win with 2 holes in your lineup.
All right, lastly, Bryson Stott. I say yes. And a lot of it has to do with his fielding.
Oh, I say yes.
Yeah.
But if you can win, in Connor's mindset there, if you can win with 2 holes in the lineup, then that is every reason why Johan Rojas should be your center fielder.
Because he's the better center fielder.
He has superior strike zone awareness. He has superior speed on the base paths. He has superior defense.
And maybe he will be, but we haven't determined yet. We haven't given enough time to determine who the holes in the lineup are this year.
All right, so
okay, that's fair. That's very fair.
So I want the audience to chime in on this as well. We check our text messages for the first time next segment at 610-632-0975. Do you believe that something feels different about this Phillies team this year? And the players formerly known as the daycare, Bohm, Marsh, Stott. You can answer one. You can answer all 3. And give some reasoning behind it. Do you believe they can win with those 3 players? It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson.
It's notable, not just that they won 2 out of 3.
Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Don't forget, coming up at 8 o'clock, your next chance to win $1,000 with the daily cash contest, the Fanatic signing bonus brought to us by our friends at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. So we'll give the keyword coming up at 8 o'clock. You get 2 chances to the Mike Missanelli show at 10 and at noon, and then at 3 and 5 with the best show ever. All right, so I would like to check the text line here at 610-632-0975. But, Johnny, if you could, can you find the Jeff Kerr tweet?
Yes, I will.
That you saw yesterday? Because Jeff Kerr put out some great numbers, which kind of explains what the Phillies have done differently, which may go to the point of Ricky Bottalico, that something feels different about this team, not just from a mentality standpoint, but also a play standpoint. And you're seeing it with the majority of players, except for really one, and that's Alec Bohm. But you have some numbers from Jeff Kerr about the start of the Phillies season.
Yeah, I retweeted it on my timeline at John Kincade yesterday and said, follow this man. Because Jeff loves the numbers so much.
Yes, he does.
The Phillies' chase rate dropped from 25% to 24.3% after the Dodgers series. Their chase rate last year was 30.3%, which was 6th highest in Major League Baseball. Phillies are 2nd in Major League Baseball walk rate, 3rd in on-base percentage. Last season, they were 8th in walk rate and 5th in on-base percentage. That, through just 3 series,
just 3,
is improvement, is positivity of, okay, we're trying to listen. And I talked about it in the offseason. The hitting coach said it, the manager said it, the president of the club said it. We need buy-in from the players to what we're trying to do. I see that buy-in. That's tangible to me that, okay, they're buying in, and I think as long as the win column continues to populate, I just wonder when they have a series, when they have a week when they go 2-4.
Right.
Or 1-5. Do they regress to old habits?
Yeah, you hope not.
No, I hope not.
Look, again, it has helped that you started the season with the Nationals to open up. Right, you played some bad teams to start, but then you played the Dodgers. And the approach has worked. Through 9 games, you're 7-2. Now, again, it goes back to the Bohm thing. There's one guy that doesn't seem to have bought into this. Now, I can't totally blame the guy. As you guys know, we've had this conversation numerous times on the show. I don't give a damn who your hitting coach is. The hitting coach is not holding you while you swing the bat.
Correct.
Right? So you can tell somebody, unless you're giving a sign, like a straight up
no, where you're telling
sign,
right.
If you see a fastball over the plate, it looks enticing, and you want to swing, and you forget about, hey, we're trying to see more pitches, right? But if they have told the team, this is what we are trying to do, then do it. And if one guy's not doing it, and oh, by the way, he's batting 200 and hasn't looked necessarily great at third base this year.
He did lead him to a win in one of the games.
He did.
In Washington.
Opening day.
Yeah,
opening
Washington.
Day. And then, of course, we know what happened last year. Like, he was benched in the playoff.
He was benched.
And then they tried trading him. And they couldn't trade him. And there were reports that maybe it was the mentality that kept him from being traded.
Well, I think getting benched in a postseason series, everybody in
Some
baseball,
red flags.
Everybody in baseball knows why he was benched. Players talk. People in organizations talk. They all know what happened.
Is this a storyline that we will have to follow this
Yes.
year? And the answer is yes.
Yes, it is, because it's a story of what is Jeffrey Lurie's word? Emotional intelligence. That I'm starting to believe that Alec Bohm doesn't have. And I wish that he did, and I hope that he can find it, because he talks a good game. But when he came in this year, and I was worried about it, and I pointed it out one day on the show, when I saw the quote from Clearwater, well, maybe I just have to care a little less this year.
Right.
I was like, okay, dude, you don't get it. You don't understand why your teammates are on your backside. You don't understand why the manager is.
Well,
you
then
don't
again,
get it.
I don't know the context of it, but maybe he
they
meant
asked him
like,
about
I
what-
got to stop slamming my helmet.
Well, no, he said, well, I got to
Which
stop.
he's doing.
He's saying it's because he cares too much is why he slams his helmet. No, dude, that's just, it's immaturity. You got to get past that.
Oh, 28 years old, immaturity.
And that's crazy to me.
All right, what do we have on the text line so far this morning about our Philadelphia Phillies? And if you're just tuning in, I got a lot of football stuff.
You got a lot to say about football later.
In the 7 o'clock hour, we have lots of Eagles stuff to get into. But we're starting off the show with the rallying cry from John Kincade, bury the Braves.
Bury them.
Does this feel different for the Phillies so far this year? And can you win with the questions or the players' names, Bohm, Marsh, Stott? You can answer all. You can answer one. You name it.
And where were we on? Connor says yes with Marsh.
I said no.
We both say no. Stott, we all say yes.
Yes.
And where do you go on the third?
Boehmer,
yes.
I hesitate.
But yes,
But
with
I-
caveats.
Bohm and I hesitated. I hesitated on
Connor's.
Bohm.
I liked Connor's answer, though. So
Connor's answer was really good.
caveats. All right.
Connor, every once in a while, you just wow me.
I get like one a week.
You do, but you wow me.
All right, what do we got on the text line?
We have a check-in from Joe the Cynic. Speaking of Alec Bohm and his tantrums, he says, I want Bohm to be useful, and his next helmet-throwing tantrum hits a blooper while they're down there in Atlanta.
Yes, I would appreciate that.
The knockoff Fanatic. The knockoff Fanatic. And they literally went, you know what? There's a dollar store on Cobb Parkway, which is right near the Braves Stadium, right near the mall. And they went to and they just got as much fabric. They went to Joann's Fabrics.
Yeah, I love
and they went to some of them and they said, well, what could we do to have our own version of the Fanatic? And they came up with a damn copy of him, and he's not entertaining.
No, not at all.
I'm sorry, Blooper doesn't have it.
Did you notice that his Twitter account, which is very active, honestly, they copied Philadelphia. Blooper, it looks like the Fanatic. They then did the Blooper account as if it was the Gritty account.
Correct.
And when they were losing as many games they did to start the season, Blooper did not put out a tweet for 6 days.
Yeah, Blooper. We're looking for
Blooper's
Blooper.
a front runner, man.
Has anyone seen Blooper? Because he loses his keyboard when the Braves go in the toilet. Somehow, come on, Blooper. Bring the same gritty energy. If you're going to be a cheap knockoff of our mascots, then at least you got to come up with something.
Wow, no tweets since the 5th of April.
No
we
tweets
need to put out an
since the
APB
5th?
for Blooper.
Yeah, we do.
Is he okay?
But here's the problem is,
Do you even care if he's okay?
Connor, here's the thing is, nobody cares here about whether Blooper's found again, and believe me, nobody cares in Atlanta if Blooper's found again.
He's
Let's
a
be
little
honest.
rat.
Let's
Not
be
worried
honest.
about it.
Blooper put out a tweet March 30th, then went silent until April 4th.
The knockoff, where is Blooper?
Zero dark Blooper.
Well, I mean,
I think I have to tweet to Blooper. Now, I may or may not know Blooper.
you might as well give it a shot.
Maybe we tweet and go, where's Blooper?
Look, this is a big series.
Wait a minute. I'll ask the Fanatic account if they have a where's Blooper? We
point.
need a wellness check on Blooper's Twitter account.
That's a good point. All right, give us the other text that we got.
All right, we also have a check-in on John's opening monologue that people are not too happy with the grandparents thing. JB in Pottstown says, John, what's next, puppies and kittens? The grandma analogy was not your best for the record. We love all the grandmothers out there.
Yes, we do.
But we hate the Braves.
We do hate the Braves.
The grandma thing kind of freaked me out, John.
It is. It's terrible. It's terrible.
But I
look,
don't love the Braves.
No, we do not.
I love
my
your grandma.
You do. You do. Not my best analogy. But look, the
You
analogy
even took the glasses off for it.
But I said pull the plug. Pull the plug. At some point, pull the plug. And the Braves
you literally
need the plug pulled on
You
them.
literally said you wanted to kill your grandma today.
Not that I would want to, but would you be merciful? I don't know. Not my best, okay? Not my best. I'm usually good with the analogies. Not my best.
We'll ask Amy Fadul about that today in the 9 o'clock
she'll
hour.
crush me.
Is she pro-grandma? All right, coming up next. We'll reset today's topics. We'll find another analogy for John to use for the bury the Braves. It might be bury the grandmas, for all I know.
Don't do that.
We'll reset the show. And again, coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, we got a big football hour. So we want to get a couple of your Phillies texts in here. Does something feel different about this team? Do you agree with Ricky Batalico and his sentiment? And also, can you win with the players, Bohm, Marsh, Stott? It's Kincade and Salciunas on this Tuesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A trip to the A. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies are taking on the Atlanta Braves down in Atlanta. This update is brought to you by Corona this Saturday, April 12th from 2 to 4 p.m. Join Andrew Salciunas and the Fanatic crew at Maggie's Waterfront Cafe in the Northeast for a Philly baseball watch party. Thanks to Corona. He's got custom 97.5 The Fanatic baseball t-shirts, awesome prizes, and $4 Corona bottles as the Phils take on their division rival, their second NL East series of the year. They're looking to win their fourth straight series to start the year. Game 1 is tonight at 7:15. Chris Sale facing Zach Wheeler, monster pitching matchup in this one. Sixers lost to the Heat 117-105 last night. Their losing streak is now at an even dozen. They play the Wizards tomorrow night. Flyers are off. They'll face the Rangers tomorrow. The Eagles' offseason has been quiet, but the Dallas Goedert conversation is starting to heat up a little bit as we get closer to the draft. Jeremy Fowler talked about the chances that the Eagles move on from their tight end yesterday.
Dallas Goedert has been a top tight end for a while now. I do think he has value. So it looks like that's going to happen at some point. If they can't find a trade, maybe they just release him. Maybe that's best for the team and the player at that point.
We'll keep you updated on that. And in college basketball, Florida knocked off Houston. They are the national champs. Jeff McLane joins us at 8:25. Ben Ingram, the voice of the Braves, at 8:40. Amy Fadul in the 9 o'clock hour. This update is brought to you by AAA Car Care. Save $84 on select sets of Ford, Kia, and tires at AAA Car Care Centers. Offer ends April 15th. Details at AAA.com/mycar. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic.
6:55 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Today's topics: bury the Braves. John with the wonderful rant. I'll give it a B.
Okay, I'll give it a C because the grandma people, and I'm very, bad analogy on my part, but Joe the cynic loved it. Though. Are you shocked?
Of course.
Joe
not.
says, "Pull the plug on grandma and take the bowl of Werther's with you." I knew I could find a kindred soul there.
See, I'm pro Werther's. Werther's.
Okay,
original.
I don't like grandma candy. Like the strawberries that are.
Yeah, I hate those.
You know those strawberries.
But
that
the Werther's original is a quality
Werther's
item.
original's not bad if it's just that's the caramel, right?
Yeah. My mom.
Or if you're from Delco, you say caramel.
That's the right way to say it.
That is the right way to say it.
Yeah, it's
caramel.
great. That's
My
just
mom,
ignore. Let's just ignore parts of words.
My mom
Silent
always
letter.
had the Werther's originals in her purse at church,
Really?
so that whenever we did communion, I hated the taste.
You hated the taste of communion?
It's paper, dude. Like it's not that good. Like that wafer,
Right?
I don't like.
It's bread.
and then it gets chalky, and it's like, ugh, gross. I don't know what church you're going to.
What do
You
have
don't
it-
like the Jeez-Its?
What are you waiting for dissolve?
So-
I've never heard that
So
before.
That's
my,
the CT original.
my mom would always give me the Werther right after I did communion.
You were a spoiled brat.
Damn right I was,
Dude, you were
man.
spoiled.
And I'm a
And I've called you-
and I'm a mama's boy, man.
Oh, well, you are mama's boy.
So
Nothing wrong with that.
they begin the series today, and this series could actually impact things down the road. If you haven't
Sure.
been following along, the Braves are 1-8 to start the season, and they are still the fiercest competitors out of anybody else in the NL East. Like the Mets,
Total respect.
the Mets starting
Right.
7-3 does not scare me. All right, they're going to be a good baseball team. The Mets. They might make it into the playoffs, but the Braves are the team. It's the 49ers all over again for me last year. Despite everything looking bad for the Niners, I still needed the stake to officially go through the heart of the San Francisco 49ers.
We worried about them all year.
Yeah, the same will go
That
for the
they'd
Atlanta
sneak
Braves
in.
this year.
Yeah.
And if you can knock down the Braves for at least 2 games this series and make them be 2-10 to start the season, they have a huge hill to climb from.
Here's one from Mark, and Mark is a coach. And he says over a long season, he coaches competitive travel baseball. I don't know what that means.
Okay.
I don't know what age it is. But he says over the course of a season, if you get buried early, a lot of times you spend all your time fighting to get back, just to get back to where you're at water level.
Yeah.
And it takes everything out of you.
You're
too.
exhausted, yeah.
Takes everything out. So make it as difficult as possible.
Absolutely.
Now, I got a question for you, Salciunas, because
Hi.
the Eagles won the Super Bowl, if I'm correct,
Yes.
and the 49ers fell apart.
Yes.
Like, this is not a gotcha question, but I seriously want to know, like, do you feel silly for worrying about the 49ers the way
No.
that you did?
No. Because if McCaffrey doesn't come back and immediately get hurt again, because his first, 3 or 4 runs, it was like, all right, the Niners offense might be a little bit back here. And then he got hurt again.
And let's not be too cocky here. You were a huge play on 3rd down from at least 1st and goal at the 4
Right,
or
with
the
the
3
Rams.
versus the Rams.
Yeah, that's fair.
With plenty of time on the clock
And why
to lose.
And why were we more worried about the Rams and the Packers? Pedigree.
Correct.
Why am I worried about the 49ers last year
Pedigree.
despite everything telling me they're done?
Pedigree.
Why would you be worried about the Atlanta Braves?
Pedigree.
Pedigree.
Yeah, there's just a point in this season where a team becomes a bad vibes team, right? Where just
Yeah.
Yeah, but
everything's off.
you can't dictate that yet.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, so we're not there with the Braves.
And in baseball, we want the Braves buried so much because of the fact is we've watched the last seed in the National League advance to the NLCS at minimum every year that they've gone to this stupid 17
Well,
format.
especially when they have the horses in Strider and Sale
Correct.
as a 1-2
Right.
punch.
And I'm telling you, this Schwellenbach's going to be a problem.
Well, and then when he comes back, Ronaldo Lopez was really good last year. So
they're
that's,
going to be a problem.
that's a team that you want to bury as much as you can early on. Ricky Batalico yesterday on the Best Show Ever said that he believes it feels different. Let's replay it as you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN HD1, Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio powering possibilities. So we'll reset our 2 questions for you to answer at 610-632-0975. Here was Ricky Bo yesterday on the Best Show Ever talking about how this Phillies team feels different.
I just think this team will stand up to anybody. And Topper said it. This team has grit. This team plays, and I can't exactly pinpoint it. It feels different. It looks different. It looks like there's a more serious aspect to this team than there has been in the past couple of years. That's number one. Number two, clutch hitting. Look at Nick Castellanos yesterday. You know what? That could not have come at a better time.
So I just remembered something from last year. And the reason why I can't totally agree with Ricky here is because I thought the same thing last year, and I got that sense from spring training. It felt different. It seemed different. Their attitude, their mentality, everything. Do you guys remember? There was I forget who they played, but they went off to the ridiculous franchise record start last season.
Yes.
And they dropped the series, and I forget who it was. And Kyle Schwarber said on the mic, I don't care how great we've started. Everybody in that locker room's upset that we lost this series today.
I remember that. I don't remember what the series was, but and I remember comments after the way they lost the second game in London.
Right.
And sort of rolling my eyes going, boy, it's a game.
Well, if you remember,
it set the Mets season on a trajectory different.
If you remember, I said, all right, if you're saying that now in April/May, you got to keep that same energy over the course of the season. And the thing that I worried about, if you remember, I compared it to Jalen Hurts back in 2023. Jalen Hurts for the first half of the season was, since when is winning not the main thing?
Oh, yeah.
Remember all the questions about how...
He got very defensive.
Well, at first it was...
That was the Christmas game versus
At first we were not playing the standard.
Right.
We're not playing the standard. We're winning, but we're not playing to our standard. And then eventually I think he got tired of being asked why it didn't look great. He did the whole, since when was winning
that was
not
Christmas
the main
night.
thing. Right.
That was when they played that.
The main thing.
That's when they almost lost to the Giants
Correct.
at home on Christmas night.
And the Phillies eventually, I remember Zach Wheeler later on in the season saying, well, that was just one series. And I said, whoa. For the first 2 months, it was everybody's pissed off that we lost that series. And then when things started going downhill a little bit, you started hearing it's just one series.
Yep.
We got to weather the storm. They got to be careful to have the same energy, same attitude, same mentality. If Ricky Bowe notices something different about this team, it has to stay the same in May, June, and the dog days of July and August. It can't eventually change just to try to talk yourselves into feeling better about yourself.
The weird thing is I don't even want my team commenting about losing a series. Like losing a series 2 games out of 3, unless you played like dog poop, like you did against the A's last year. You lose 6-1 and 18-3 to one of the worst teams in baseball. Unless that happens, I don't even want them commenting on losing 2 out of 3, talking about it. I want them thinking big picture, long term. So I appreciate accountability, but I don't care about that.
I got you, but just don't change your mentality.
I got you.
And eventually,
you want to have that. You want to have that hunger and that fire.
Because it's great when you're playing so well, and you do the whole "we're pissed off that we lost." But when you start playing poorly, and it's that was just one series.
Well, what they're doing is they're trying to talk themselves into stuff, right? You're trying to create the mentality of the team, and in baseball, it's probably the hardest sport to press in.
Because it's a long season.
Yeah, because of how tough it is to hit a baseball in general. So they're trying to talk themselves into not pressing. Obviously, it didn't work. Let's hope we don't get to that point this year.
I just want them to keep the same mentality. And I believe, trying to find what series it could have been. Might have been Colorado, because they dropped 2 of 3 to the Rockies, and it was in May when they were 37-14 going into the series. And then they lose it, and we're pissed off. And I'm like, all right, love that. Love that you're pissed off. And then the attitude changed post All-Star break, that it was just another series.
Oh, yeah.
Also, we're trying to ask you all at 610-632-0975 the can you win with question. And the 3 players that we're focusing on are the former daycare members, Bohm, Stott, and Marsh. And as a show, I said no to Marsh. I said yes to Stott. And originally I said no to Bohm until Connor added some caveats, which I agreed with. But I will say this. The reason why I even bring this up, I believe they can improve on these. Like, I don't think the season's over just because I say no with Brandon Marsh. Like, if they need a center fielder, they'll either call one up, depending on how he's playing, in Justin Crawford.
Crawford is going to be here this year by him being in AAA.
Unless they trade for
Unless
a
something
center
else
fielder.
came up.
Yeah.
Which I don't believe they're going to do, because why would you do that when you know Crawford's in the wings if Crawford shows you that he's the player they think he is?
Well,
they're not trading for a... Why would you do that?
Because there are guys that are center fielders but also play the corners.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay,
think
well, then
about
that's
Teoscar
different.
Hernandez.
That's different. Yeah,
he could
that's
play
different.
right, he could play left, but he could also hold down center,
Right.
so you just move it.
Right. Whereas, Nick Castellanos is only a corner guy. Kepler's only a corner guy. And then there's still the question about could Harper go back out in the outfield, which, who knows how logical that is. The Vlad Jr. Conversation is
Correct.
dead. That's over. What were your caveats again, Connor, for Bohm? It was
As long as he's not bad in cleanup.
Yeah. Now, again, when he's hot, it works.
Sure, but he's been hot for stretches of the regular season, like 4 straight years, and he has been cold for the postseason for like 4 straight years. So
He's been the biggest culprit in the playoffs, right? In the last 3 years?
Yeah, probably.
If you're talking about the regular suspects, he's been the one that's been the biggest problem, has been Bohm.
Yeah, where he just disappears.
And plus mentally.
JT's sneaky up there too.
Yeah.
But
I can think of JT, though.
The Astros
Romeo
series,
can
the
run
Braves
forever.
series.
Winning the Astros game #1 and things like that, too.
Yeah. By the way, we haven't talked about this yet. So Sale is on the mound tonight. Does that mean Stott and or Marsh are both out of the lineup?
Well, I'm all for it if it is.
Yeah, Rojas Sosa, I'd be good with that.
So we're platooning.
Maybe.
That's the
9
answer.
games.
Well, we were told they weren't.
We were told they were not.
And they already have. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. All right? Let me make that clear. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. The question is, how quickly can you go against your word? And Rob Thompson has already gone against his word, Johnny. I know you love that.
Kevin Cooney says, repeat after me. You can't bury a team in April. Really, Kevin? If the Phillies win the series and go 2-10, no team has won their division with a 2-10 start.
Yeah, it helps.
So I would say you're going against 150 years of history.
That's a lot of years.
Yeah, it's a lot to say.
All right, coming up next, I told you we're going to open up Eagles conversation in the 7 o'clock hour. We have a segment prepared with mock drafts and free agents later on this hour. But next, I want to get to the temperature for John and Connor when it comes to confidence in the 2025 Eagles. And I thought of this after something we got into yesterday. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli, Bill Colarulo, and Ray Dunn. They have a lot to say.
we start the show at 6 o'clock in the morning and the alarms are going off around 4 when I already know a topic for tomorrow.
I love that too.
I told you that before the show started today. I said, by the way, I already got an Eagles topic that I'd be interested in getting into.
I love that.
But I do want to get into some Birds Talk this hour. And it starts with something that comes off of yesterday's discussion. So yesterday, you were clinically insane, I will say, talking about your concern about a potential gauntlet early in the season for something 150 days away. Now, 149 days away. As you have your countdown clock to the start of the 2025 Philadelphia Eagles season, when they open up the season against, we don't even know who yet.
I think it's one of a threesome, as we said, Detroit, Los Angeles Rams, or the Commanders.
Right. So,
and something's telling me Rams, dudes. Something's telling me it's Rams.
All right.
I don't know why. It just seems like that would be. I think Fox is going to really want the Detroit Eagles game.
Yeah, the 425 game of the week.
So they'll squat. I think they'll squat on that one.
Okay. So when we were talking about the potential gauntlet, maybe a gauntlet that they can't avoid. I don't know how the schedule makers, with the opponents that the Eagles have this upcoming season, almost the entire schedule is a gauntlet.
They have 7 brutal road games.
Yeah.
And then you throw in Detroit at home, Rams at home. That's 9 games that are really, really hard. And then you throw in one extra Commanders game, that's 10. There is going to be a gauntlet. You only have 17 games.
And hell, Broncos were in the playoffs last year.
Yeah, I'm not worried about Broncos and Raiders coming into South Philly.
Yeah, but no, Raiders State, what I'm saying is the Broncos were a playoff team.
They were,
right?
absolutely.
So
absolutely.
It's a difficult schedule. So that leads me to this question, and people can chime in on all of these. We have a lot of Eagle stuff. I'm going to give you a question here. We're going to go to mock drafts in the next segment, and then free agents.
Which you tend to hate.
I do, but I'm curious to get into it.
Good.
And then free agents later on in the segment. But my question to start the 7 o'clock hour when it comes to the Birds at 610-632-0975. Does the opponents, we don't know the schedule yet, but you already yesterday were slightly concerned about the gauntlet and if it happens early because of the new look defense. You'd rather a softer schedule earlier so that you can kind of work out the kinks.
Because everybody talks about, and I've heard people mistakenly say it even here on the Fanatic. The Eagles were the number 1 defense in the NFL last year, wire to wire. No, they were not.
Early on, they were not.
At the bye week, they were not. They had been scorched by Tampa Bay. They gave up a game late in a terrible defensive stand against the Falcons. Mm-hmm. They were not a great defensive team, and they gave up, 30 to Green Bay. They were struggling. So I do believe this year I would rather see a little bit of a softer takeoff after that first game, because the first game is going to be something good.
Which we will not know for another month and change.
We will know May. You want me to give you the date we're going to know? Is if I go by last year, we will know Thursday, May 15th.
Okay. Thursday, May 15th.
So we're around.
Lock it in.
We're still like a month away from that one.
Is part of you worried about the upcoming season strictly based on the opponents? The draft has not happened yet. Second wave of free agency has not happened yet. We obviously know the things that the Eagles are going to need to work through with the new look defense, right? They're going to have a new starting right guard, all kinds of stuff. But knowing that you have this difficult schedule, and the season so far, the offseason so far, has been more cost-cutting than anything else, does part of you go into 2025 just a little concerned that it might not be as what seemed easy at times last year?
No questions asked. I'm being honest. No questions asked. And the opposition means everything to me. Means everything. Who you're playing, to me, just really spells it out. This is a very, very hard schedule.
Connor?
The premise of your question makes it interesting because I'm not worried about the overall Eagles team.
Right.
Here's the thing. The NFC is not going to have like a 14 or 15 win team, I don't think. Right?
Is that because of, you say that because of the depth?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, Connor said it right about the NFC North, too. Like, there can't be 2 15-win teams or what? Do they have 115 and 114? Yeah, all right. Yeah, there's no way
Detroit,
that they do that again.
Detroit, the Vikings won 15, the Eagles won 14.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
that ain't
strange.
happening
That's
again.
strange. Okay.
So here's the thing. If the Eagles are, and I think they're going to win their division even with a tough schedule.
I agree.
So you're probably going to play multiple home playoff games. But even if you play one, this Eagles team has proven they can go on the road and beat teams. So not concerned overall about the season. But if you look at the schedule and think it's going to be easy or think it's going to look like last year, you're crazy.
Yeah, like they're not going to win 14 games.
No, I think 12.
I feel very comfortable
Maybe 11.
saying
Connor,
that.
I think your 12 is a really solid number.
Yeah.
Again, you're having a really good day. You may
By the
just
way-
want to take off the rest of the week.
Thank you.
By the way, 12,
I will.
based off of the opponents,
12 wins the division, I'm going to tell you
it's
right
a
now.
great season.
Yes. And 12 wins this division.
12-5 with the opponents that we've talked about. Again, the road opponents, you got the division, Cowboys, Giants, Commanders. Commanders who you, by the way, play in the NFC Championship game. The Bucks, Packers, Chiefs, Chargers, Vikings, Bills, all playoff teams, some that won playoff games.
Sure.
That's hard. And if you win 12 games,
Yep. It's amazing.
that means you had a pretty damn good season.
I already told you before, I believe the Eagles over-under number is going to come out at 10.5. We did that like a week or so ago. I believe Vegas is going to say 10.5 is the number. And everyone's going to lose their minds when they hear it. Mm-hmm. But it makes incredible sense.
But I will say this, that 10.5 coming down in the last couple of weeks.
Oh, yeah, because it's going to be tough.
They're not like last year. It was what 9.5, and that bet hit early. I don't think that bet is hitting early this year.
Rolled past it.
So, the question for you as well: 610-632-0975. Based on the opponents alone, are you worried about the upcoming Eagles season? Not this team. Team's good. So are the opponents. Sometimes we can say that the opponents are really good too. And that makes things difficult, especially in football on the week-to-week basis. Coming up next, I asked my friends John and Connor how they prepare for the NFL draft. Because I saw a mock draft this morning that made my eyes roll. Speaking of which, I have a list of mocks that have the Eagles selections.
Ooh, I like that.
First round.
And
We'll
you
go
don't
through
even
them.
like mock drafts.
Yeah,
This is good.
But I'll appease
This is
you
good.
guys. I'll appease you in the audience. It's not the show for me. It's the show for everybody.
That's kind of you.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A monster pitching matchup. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies are heading down to Atlanta looking to win their fourth series in a row to start the season. Game 1 tonight at 7:15 p.m. has a monster pitching matchup for us. Zach Wheeler faces Chris Sale. It's a showdown of the top two Cy Young finishers in the National League from last season. Sixers lost to the Heat 117-105 last night, extending their losing streak to an even dozen. They're going to play the Wizards tomorrow night. Flyers are off tonight. They face the Rangers tomorrow at 7:30. Eagles offseason has been quiet, but something that keeps popping up is the conversation about Dallas Goedert potentially being moved. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN joined us yesterday and talked about that possibility.
You know, Dallas Goedert has been a top tight end for a while now. I do think he has value. So it looks like that's going to happen at some point. If they can't find a trade, maybe they just release him. Maybe that's best for the team and the player at that point.
So we'll certainly be keeping an eye on the Eagles starting tight end and what his future holds. Jeff McLane of the Inquirer joins us at 8:25. Ben Ingram joins us at 8:40. He's the voice of the Braves. And Amy Fadul of NBC Sports Philly and 97.5 The Fanatic joins us at 9 a.m. By the way, in college basketball, Florida took down Houston in the national championship last night. This update's brought to you by Robert
Cha-ching.
Half. Their recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Philadelphia Sports.
Touchdown! Saquon Barkley into the second.
I would like to hear from some people on it. And I know it's a hard question to answer for some if they really have to think about it. It's an easy question for some to just say, screw the rest of the league, go Birds. That might be some text that we get, and that's totally fine at 610-632-0975. But I'd be curious to hear what the people have to say about that. Obviously, our Phillies questions start the show. Do you believe something feels different in a positive way about this Phillies team? And when it comes to the players formerly of the daycare, Marsh, Bohm, Stott, can you win with them? Answer the question for each of them individually. Can you win with Alec Bohm? Can you win with Bryson Stott? Can you win with Brandon Marsh? But we also opened up an Eagles question for you last segment. Is part of you just a little concerned? We're not saying sky's falling, doom and gloom, they're going to miss the playoffs. But is part of you concerned looking at the opponents next year and the amount of playoff teams and successful playoff teams and teams on the rise that you're playing this year? And a lot of them, as Johnny has pointed out, on the road. Is part of you concerned a little bit? We got anything coming in, Connor?
Yeah, we got to check in from Matt in Lansdowne, who says, yes, I'm worried that every team the Eagles face will have that game circled, wanting to take down the champs. That also makes the schedule tougher.
That's a good point by Matt, that the Eagles are the defending Super Bowl champions and everyone wants to prove. Look, if you're the Commanders, you want to try to be like, hey, we're the new team in the NFC East. If you're the Rams, man, if it wasn't snowing, we're going to prove that today.
Oh, yeah.
The Lions, if we were healthy and made it to the NFC Championship game, we would have beaten the Eagles. Like
the Cowboys,
that's how they're
if
feeling.
1 or 2 or 3 things went differently.
The Chiefs, hey, Super Bowl rematch.
I mean, I got my buddy John Maley text in. He said, look, what do you have to? We say this about the schedule every year. Reality is, half of the teams will crap down their leg and pull grandma's cord.
That's true.
And I'm like, so I said to him, okay, you're counting on these teams. So I did the same thing I did to John. I'll challenge you guys. Commanders. So they're going down this year, you believe, from last year?
I think they have a step back season.
Okay, I do too.
I think they make the playoffs, but again, the Eagles win the division with maybe 11 games.
Okay, Rams.
I think
they'll
they're
be good.
better, honestly.
They're young defense now, year 2.
Lions.
Step back.
Step back
See,
because
I think
of
they're
the
better just being healthy.
coordinators.
Could be.
Ben Johnson and Aaron
Packers.
Glenn, you lose both of them.
Maybe same step back, if anything.
We'll see.
Vikings?
Jordan Love has now had numerous opportunities to prove if he's real or not.
Yeah, but he hasn't gotten a wide out, so.
And he's getting it he's going to be at Lambeau. Vikings.
Step forward big time.
One of the hardest places to play, too, in the NFL.
Hold on. Step back in terms of win total.
Oh, yeah.
But in terms of strength
Team.
of team, yes, because they had a great offseason.
Bucks.
They're going to be good this year.
The Eagles can't beat the Bucks Eagles can't beat the Bucks ever.
Yeah,
It seems like.
But I think the
Bills.
Bucks are going to be good this year. Sean
not stepping
No,
back,
you know
are
what?
they?
Screw you, Sean McDermott. Your team's stepping back.
Chiefs. I mean, think of this.
Step back.
Chiefs might step back.
This is a freaking murderer's row.
Chiefs might step back.
Chargers?
Step
Same.
forward, I think.
Same.
So do I. I
Same,
mean, look,
no,
but
same.
it's,
They're the same team.
you think they're the same
They're
team?
the same team.
You think as long as the quarterback's there. I'm just saying is, everybody, if you're looking at the road schedule and you're going, oh, yeah, well, they're going to step back and they're not going to be as good and everything. I got to tell you, Pollyanna is a nice way to live your life.
Oh, it's nice, man. You bury your head in the sand. That's a good way to go about it.
Just seems to be getting your ears.
How do you guys prepare for the draft? Because
I listen to DeCecco and I listen to Early Birds every Saturday on the Fanatic.
Damn right. And we read and we watch analysis.
I love reading sites.
We're not breaking
Certain
down
sites.
college tape, believe it or not.
No.
We watch college football and we like players in it, but we're not the Lance Zierleins of the world where that's literally their job. Because, by the way, a lot of that prep starts during the football season when we are locked into the Birds, right? So I rolled my eyes when I saw a mock draft this morning. And you know me, I'm not a mock draft guy. But
whose was it?
Nick Wright's.
Oh, jeez.
Who cares about Nick Wright's
Seriously,
mock draft?
do you think Jack Sparrow is watching college football with any? First of all, do you trust his eyes watching football? The guy who told you how bad Jalen Hurts is.
Yeah,
the guy who told you how the Eagles were frauds. The guys that don't trust his eyes. And more importantly, just look, he's out. You know, he's out with the rest of the Pirates on the weekend.
But honestly, nobody would want to read my mock draft. Like, I'm not an analyst.
I'd
when it
read
comes
your
to
mock
this.
draft.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
But
I'll read it if it's content.
I get it. But what do I care about Nick Wright's or Chris Collinsworth, or name the other.
Here's the thing. Chris Collinsworth owning a portion of a company that analyzes data.
Maybe, okay.
I would take into consideration Chris
the guys that like actually.
And Chris loves college football.
Okay, so the people that cover college football, I will read their mock drafts, which is why, for the first time, I started looking at mock drafts as we are, 2 weeks and 2 days.
That's awesome.
From the NFL draft. So NBC Sports Philadelphia, I want to credit them for doing this. Dave Zangaro did the brunt work. They found like a bunch of mock drafts with the Eagles' first round selections. So I want to go through them and see what you guys think about it. So the first one is from a website that I completely hate, Pro Football Focus. I think it's
that's Chris Collinsworth.
Yeah. Well, then there, now you know how I feel about his analysis. I'm going to butcher the name. Andrew DeCecco actually said it on the air with us last week. From Boston College, the edge rusher Donovan Iziruaku, I believe.
Great work by you.
Is how you say it.
I ain't trying it.
Good work.
Mason Cameron has them trading up to land him at 24. The Eagles get pick 24. They trade with the Vikings, who get 32, 96, and 161. Would you give up that much to move up 8 spots for an edge rusher, position of need, and he had a successful career in Boston College? But would you trade up that much for an edge rusher?
I don't know enough about him. So I'm going to say my instinct is no, but I trust them if they want to make the move up.
The 18% win rate on pass rushes is a good grade for him last year.
Yes.
In college. So there's one.
But he's at Boston College?
Yes.
Okay, here's what I'm going to tell you. You're playing crappy opponents.
Right.
The ACC is not in any way a college football power. But then again, either is Toledo.
Then again, either
is
Houston Christian.
Here's the thing, though, is that for a corner, I would think it's less important than an edge rusher because you should be able to beat offensive linemen that are trying to keep you away from the quarterback more in a crappy conference.
Fair. Nick Bumgardner of The Athletic. Now, I don't
know him.
I don't believe this is possible based off of what everybody says. Malachi Starks at 32.
I
don't you think he's going earlier?
I've watched Starks play a lot. I've said it before, 25. I do not believe he's getting past 25.
Yeah, but the thing you got to look at, and these analysts see this too, somehow the Eagles keep getting these guys. I don't know how Nolan Smith was at 30. I don't know how Cooper DeJean was at 40.
Kobe Dean went in the 3rd round.
Yeah, so I guess they're using the whole Howie Roseman as magic probability.
Maybe.
But I don't think he's there.
Well, Quinyon Mitchell was supposed to go earlier, and Howie read that draft board very well. Lance Zierlein has the Eagles completely trading out of the 1st round with the Saints, and Kellen Moore gets his quarterback, Jackson Dart, out of Ole Miss.
Got to tell you, watch Jackson Dart. Not believing that's an answer.
Well, at 32.
Not believing that's an answer.
I guess you give it a shot behind Derek Carr for a year.
I guess so.
Tom Fornelli of CBS. I can't see this happening.
I like Tom, though. I like Tom. So I will tell you that I do think Tom's got a good set of eyes on college football.
He has the Eagles selecting Emeka Egbuka, the wide receiver out of Ohio State.
I absolutely do not see that.
I can't see them draft. Now, his reasoning is wide receiver is not a need, but he could be the best player available at 32. I just, for the life of me, I cannot see them doing what the Seahawks did a few years ago when the Seahawks already had Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, and then they got Jackson Smith and Jigba in the first round
do not see them
and ignored a lot of other positions of need.
No.
And how did that work out for the Seahawks, right?
Not good.
Metcalf's gone, Lockett's done, and now in Jigba's their number 1 wide receiver. And who's their quarterback? Sam Darnold, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see how that
Speaking
works.
of depth wide receiver, you see Dotson's wearing 2 this year. He took it from Slay. Now that Slay's gone.
How about that?
That's
Really?
messed up.
By the way, that's right. They still have another year of control with Dotson.
Dotson's worried about training.
They're not going wide receiver.
Dotson's worried about changing numbers.
He likes 2, I guess.
Yeah, I think
But
we see it all the time.
Dude,
83 is a bad number for a skinny guy.
do something.
Jalen Hurts changed his number.
Jalen Hurts, did you just do that? Stop it.
Everybody
Stop
changes their
it.
number.
No. A marginal on the roster wide receiver.
Hey, had a big catch in the
He
Super
did
Bowl.
have a big catch. Couldn't get in the end zone, though.
And then the team of Yahoo Sports and then Maurice Jones-Drew, MJD, they both go O-lineman. Yahoo says Josh Connerly out of Oregon. And MJD goes the Fighting Carson Wentz's with Gray Zabel.
Don't count on
North Dakota State.
Don't count on Maurice Jones-Drew doing a lot of research. I'm just going to say it.
So saying it. The fascinating thing about this, now that we finished it, one edge, one safety, one trade out, one wide receiver, two offensive linemen.
Well, offensive linemen, I'm telling you, I believe may have some momentum.
It might, especially if they got to start thinking about down the road Lane Johnson.
They have some momentum.
But that's why this draft, as I've been saying to you guys, kind of sets up perfectly for the Eagles. They have so many areas
that they can move and picks to be able to move up like 2 and 3 spots.
It's a good draft for the Birds. I'm excited for it. All right, coming up next, we stick with the Eagles and we stick with offseason. CBS ranked the top 100 available free agents before free agency opened up. They have the updated list of who's still available and where their original ranking was. We'll go through the names and see if there's any interest for you during the second and third waves. Big football hour, I told you, man. I got the Eagles green on today. It's Kincade and Salciunas.
I didn't even know when I brought my tumbler.
Say, look at that. We're all Eagle
Look at that.
97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson, Ricky Vitalico, and Silvana Kelleher. The best show ever. Smart.
All right, let's check the text line. You can text the show at 610-632-0975. And we also have the CBS Top 100 Free Agents. Obviously, free agency already started, but they have the updated list of who is still available and where they initially ranked them in the top 100. So what I'll do is I'll tell you the players that are still available, what their initial rank is, and if you have any interest in them. Now, some of these players, I believe we will all collectively say no on. Some of them just don't make sense, but it's worth a shot. So you can climb in at 610-632-0975 on any of our topics today, either regarding the Phillies or the Eagles question, where we asked, when it comes to the opponents, not the schedule itself, when it comes to the opponents, does that give you any sort of cause of concern for next year? What are the people saying this morning on any of our topics, Connor?
All right, so our buddy Sean checks in and says, with the opponents, I do believe 11-6 or 12-5 is realistic. A small step back for the Eagles, but they'll be just fine.
And as long as we see the team like play fundamentally sound and everything,
right,
we're going to go into the postseason next year thinking they can beat anybody.
Right, absolutely.
If they put up a 12 spot with this schedule, I'm going to walk into the playoffs.
That's a great season.
I'm going to probably feel as confident as I did this year with them with the 12 spot. Now, again, I did not have them winning the Super Bowl,
right?
All year long, but I had them in the Final Four. I'll see if I feel that same way when I look at things when we see the schedule.
Yeah, we'll get there when we get there.
I think we're underestimating what Super Bowl MVP Jalen Hurts is going to feel like this year.
Meaning?
This fan base is used to questioning him, and rightfully so in some cases, but last year he left no doubt with the way things ended. I think when you get to the postseason, you look at the guy's resume, it's going to make us feel a lot more confident regardless of the record.
Now, the one thing, and I asked this question to you guys probably a month ago, he might need to do more this year.
I think he's going to have to.
And the question is, can he win doing more? And the answer is yes. But in week 5, the bye week, they had to do what they did because of the way he started out the season. And
really sort of take the ball out of his hands.
You still have Saquon, but we know that Saquon has a lot of wear and tear after this season. And so there might be games where it's going to be the Jalen game. Like his over-unders at times last year was like 190.5.
Right, but we've seen the Jalen season already.
Right, I know.
We saw it in 23, right? So,
yes.
Or 22, whatever, the first time that he went to the Super Bowl.
Right.
The years all. The NFL schedule's so dumb. Have it all in the same calendar year. I'm too stupid to figure this out.
Just always say his 22 season he went to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
His 24 season he went to the Super Bowl.
Odds.
That one.
Evens and odds. All right. Evens are good. Odds. Uh-oh.
In whatever
odds
season that was, he was the guy on the team.
Right.
There was no Saquon. So we know that he can do that. And now he's got the resume to back it up even more. Like, I think if the Eagles go into a postseason game with 11 wins, in previous years we may have said, this team ain't what we thought they were. But with Jalen Hurts, I think we're going to feel really damn good in big games.
All right. CBS, the top 100 free agents, and here's the update list. So at number 28, still available, cornerback, former Eagle, Rasul Douglas. Now, Douglas and Schwartz did not work together.
They did not.
And Fangio has a kind of similar bend but don't break scheme.
Yeah, Rasul Douglas.
I would like him.
Really?
Yeah, but I've always been a Rasul Douglas guy. Like when he was first on the team, I was a big defender.
Is this like Marsh with you?
Well, it's not because Rasul Douglas is guaranteed good. Marsh is a bet. Rasul Douglas has made himself a nice NFL career for winning franchises.
He has certainly made a nice career for himself.
I wasn't the biggest fan because he was taller and a little slower.
I always thought he was a safety.
And yeah,
that's not a bad.
Everybody thought that too. But then he continued to play corner, and he was okay with the Packers. And then obviously he's with the Bills last year, who that defense was supposed to take a step back, and they didn't. I will say no. You say yes, John.
I'm sort of on the fence, but I got to tell you is that Connor may have moved me in my position a little bit.
By the way, he is 30 years old, which is unbelievable that he's already 30 years old. All right, the next player that was on this list, I imagine we're all saying no to Amari Cooper.
Nope.
He was number 41 on the list.
No.
Number 46, another corner, still available, 25 years old, which that's an Eagle.
That is Eagles territory,
That's an Eagle
right?
thing to do. Asante Samuel Jr.
I would absolutely consider it. I'm wondering why a talent like his skill set,
Oh, he's been a disappointment so far.
why
in
he's
his-
sitting there. But I'm wondering if the book is out on him that he's really uncoachable or that his instincts are poor, because that should have been he should have been snapped up first few days. That's what I
just
Or
found-
he's asking too much.
Well, I just
maybe.
found an article that he only played 4 games last year,
Yeah.
and there are still concerns about his injury.
could be.
So maybe that's why he's still
But he's
available.
But he's the kind of guy the Eagles can get on a 1 year.
absolutely. Yeah,
deal
that makes
that
total.
works.
And you bring him in to compete with with Ringo.
You kind of have to say yes just for the bit of the Eagles building their entire defense out of either Georgia players or former Eagles kids.
Yes, exactly. Coming in at number 58, he would like to be here until he probably sees the dollar amount. Justin Simmons, 31-year-old safety. I'm intrigued just because I do not feel comfortable with Sidney Brown, but this is let me see what they do in the draft first. Like, if they draft a safety, then different story. But if they still need a safety and he's still available and no teams picked him up,
Yeah, I'm not adverse to that, to considering that.
Yeah.
But again, I really would rather go draft.
that's a post-draft decision for
Yes,
me.
because I
Yeah.
would rather go draft.
And he'll still be there post-draft, I think. Like, I don't think anyone's beating the door down to get him now if
Do
they
you
haven't
wonder?
already.
Do you wonder if any, I wouldn't see almost any one of these names you're talking about being moved before the draft.
Probably not.
Signing with somebody.
Nah,
before
we've
the
only got 2 weeks
Yeah,
for the draft,
yeah,
right?
probably not.
So,
J.K. Dobbins, no, they don't need a running back. Kyzir White, former Eagle, is at 72.
not doing that again.
Why, Connor? Why do you say that?
Another year older. I don't know how he
I'll tell you this: the one thing he is a tackling machine.
Yeah. Price tag is
And-
interesting here because he's 29. I wouldn't be surprised if he went back to the Cardinals.
I mean,
ultimately.
he's a tackling machine.
Yeah, but he
though.
can't cover. You've already got questions.
Well,
of
we do know
safety.
that. Yeah, he doesn't
Like-
cover
But they
well.
do need another backup linebacker right now.
Yeah, I don't know.
But he's probably a starter somewhere. And then really, there's other guys available, but it's like guards, and they're not going to get anybody. But those are kind of your key players that are still available. So a couple guys that we're still interested in. Second, third wave of free agency, something to keep an eye on. All right, coming up next, we'll let you know. We got a very busy 8 o'clock hour ahead. So in the next segment, we'll tell you what is in store for you. We also will reset the show. You'll hear from Ricky Batalico again, who talked about this Phillies team and how something feels different. Would love to revisit that question as well. It is Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Wheeler and Sale showdown. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies are headed down to Atlanta looking to win their 4th series in a row to start the season. Game 1's tonight at 7:15, and it's an awesome pitching matchup with Zach Wheeler facing Chris Sale. The top 2 finishers for NL Cy Young last year are both in action down in Atlanta. That's must-watch TV. The Sixers lost to the Heat 117-105, extending their losing streak to an even dozen. They'll play the Wizards tomorrow night. Flyers are off tonight. They face the Rangers tomorrow at 7:30. The Eagles' offseason has been quiet, but something that keeps popping up is the conversation about Dallas Goedert potentially being moved. Jeremy Fowler joins us yesterday and discussed that possibility.
Dallas Goedert has been a top tight end for a while now. I do think he has value. So it looks like that's going to happen at some point. If they can't find a trade, maybe they just release him. Maybe that's best for the team and the player at that point.
So it sounds like it's going to happen at some point. That's pretty strong wording there from Jeremy Fowler. We'll keep an eye on that situation. Jeff McLane of The Inquirer talks to us at 8:25. Ben Ingram, the voice of the Braves, talks to us at 8:40. And Amy Fadul joins us for the entire 9 o'clock hour. This update's brought to you by Bradford White Water Heaters. When you need a new water heater, choose one that's built to be the best. Choose Bradford White. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Ricky Batalico.
The way this Phillies team played.
chance to win $1,000 here on Kincade Salciunas. So that happens right at 8 o'clock. We have today's headlines with Connor Thomas, around 8:12-ish. We have Jeff McLane from the Inquirer, Inquirer.com, coming up at 8:25. We have Ben Ingram, who is the radio voice of the Atlanta Braves.
The voice of God.
Coming up at 8:40 to preview the upcoming Phillies-Braves series and just how important it actually is early on in April for the Braves to try to win this series, which is why you want the Phillies to handle their business. Even though it's just a series in April,
yes,
you can do some pretty big damage to the Braves' chances of really making a run at the division if you win the series in Atlanta. And then, beginning at 8:55, and for the rest of the show, the great Amy Fadul joins us in studio.
I love that.
So very busy 8 o'clock hour today, busy rest of the show.
And our man Kevin Cooney said, repeat after me.
Yeah, can you read this again?
Repeat after me.
Before the break, the other segment.
You can't bury a team in April. Really, Kevin? If the Phillies win the series and the Braves go 2-10, no team in Major League Baseball history has won their division starting a season 2-10. And let's say baseball began in the 1880s. I'd say that's around 140 some years of data that tells you you can bury a team in April. Now, can they make the playoffs, as we pointed out?
Absolutely.
Sure. I still want the wooden stake through the heart.
Yeah.
But the goal here is to win the division.
Right. And again, I brought this up earlier. In 2022, when the Phillies made the miraculous run of the World Series, it started thanks to that 10-game winning streak after they moved on from Joe Girardi, right? They didn't win the division that year. Now, the Braves won, 101 games? And the Mets won 100 games, something like that?
I think they won the same amount, and Braves got the tiebreaker.
Okay. So I don't believe the Phillies win 100 games this year. But still, if you're up 10 games at some point in the month of April, not only do the Braves need to go on some tear, like the Phillies went on back in 2022, but the Phillies would have to fall off a little bit.
Well, the one thing, too, is that we've seen is that the Phillies, like last year, the Phillies went on a 70-game stretch. Well, 69-game stretch. Nice. That they were under 500.
Yeah.
They were 34-35 to finish out the season.
And that still wasn't enough for the Braves to catch them.
Correct. So, I mean, if you do well enough early on, you can put teams in such a dumper. Again, though, it doesn't mean they won't make the postseason.
Right.
But the goal here is to win the division. And I would say then you would only say to yourself at that point, you're going, well, just worry about the Mets.
Yeah.
If you can bury the Braves.
All right. So, does it feel different? We're going to play you a clip from Ricky Pitalico here momentarily. We'll reset our topics, both Phillies and Eagles. Connor said there's a bunch of Eagles texts coming in, which I absolutely love.
Thank you to Ricky for
providing the content
and providing my point.
Dylan helped us out last week.
Dylan,
Ricky,
doing it good.
I mean, this is a station effort here on Kincade.
Best show ever, man.
You're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN HD1, Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. We will play you the Ricky Pitalico audio coming up in about, 25 to 30 seconds. But first, it's time to give out some cash.
The Fanatic signing bonus.
All right, time now for the Fanatic signing bonus. Here's what you do. You will have 25 minutes to enter the keyword. The number to text it to, 45911. So not the text-in line of 610-632-0975. The special contest text-in number, 45911. Or you can go on the website, 975thefanatic.com, or on the Fanatic app. The keyword is duel. D-U-E-L. Duel. Like we could have a pitcher's duel tonight.
We should.
Between the Fightins and the Bravos. Each winner will get a call from Beasley, so be sure to answer your phone. That winner, of course, will get $1,000 in this company-wide contest. Complete rules at 975thefanatic.com, and it's all presented to us by our friends at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia, voted best casino in PA by Casino Player Magazine. Again, the keyword duel. You have 25 minutes. Your next chance will be at 10 o'clock. All right, Ricky Pitalico yesterday on the best show ever, providing content for Kincade Salciunas. We appreciate it. Here was Ricky talking about how there's something that feels different about the Phillies this season.
I just think this team will stand up to anybody. And Topper said it. This team has grit. This Phillies team plays, and I can't exactly pinpoint it. It feels different. It looks different. It looks like there's a more serious aspect to this team than there has been in the past couple of years. That's number one. Number two, clutch hitting. Look at Nick Castellanos yesterday. You know what? That could not have come at a better time.
And you know what? It goes back to something I said when I came back from spring training. And maybe this is the change in attitude. Now, again, I'm not there yet with Ricky. I'm glad that he made the point that you were trying to make. I'm not there yet because
So you don't agree with his comment?
No, because I said this stuff last year and what happened, right? But I will say this.
No, do you think this team looks different?
No, I'm not. I'm not ready to say that name.
Okay,
but maybe part of it is this could be it. I said it coming back from spring training. Ryan Spilborghs, who joined us last week to help promote the Apple broadcast with the Phillies and Dodgers, Ryan Spilborghs actually said that he gets the sense that this could be the last hurrah.
Yeah.
And he was in town for a couple days because
he
the
was
Phillies
there for
Rockies.
the 3 seed games with the Rockies.
So I'm sure he talked to people before the broadcast and before the Apple broadcast. So maybe the mentality is, all right, boys, maybe they had the heart-to-heart in the locker room. Like, this could be it.
Well, the fact is, look, when I honestly, I was getting crushed on my daycare takes. Crushed.
And I agree with
on
you.
social media. Crushed. I know and it is, but just like, oh, yeah, old man, shut your mouth. Yeah, yeah. And then you find out that not only did Topper have to say it, but Bryce Harper said it.
Yeah. And if Bryce Harper says it,
and Bryce Harper
great.
became the public face of it. Enough of the seed baths, enough of the dumping water on each other and jumping around. It's at some point, let's act like we've been here before.
Isn't it funny how that works? You say it, and you're an ass.
Oh, and you're old.
Bryce says it. It's
yeah.
All right, Bryce. Yeah, man. Yeah,
yes, Bryce.
Yeah, Bryce.
Yes,
well,
Bryce. Let me see. Let me lick your cleats, Bryce.
No, but it's hilarious. Like,
no, but it's the same thing.
The person that tweets, "Yeah, Bryce," will not go back and say, "Hey, John,
you were right."
My bad,
Bryce,
you were right.
Bryce agrees with you, John.
No,
that the daycare stuff
screw
was
you,
stupid.
John Kincade.
Right.
We love you, Bryce Harper,
right.
even though you have the exact same opinion.
Well,
because it was Bryce Harper got tired of it.
I got you. We all own mirrors, right? None of us are Bryce Harper.
Brandon Graham says that Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown aren't friends anymore. And then we got banners in the sky saying, oh, the media's lying.
I mean, look.
He's the one that said it.
Shocker. I haven't seen all due respect to our next guest, Jeff McLane jersey around Lincoln Financial Field. All right? People love these guys.
The thing is, though, Connor, is that there were people who were like, oh, yeah, don't want to have any fun. Oh, my gosh. Come on, Grandpa.
Yeah.
It's like, dude. The players in the locker room don't want it.
The player.
I understand.
They don't want it. No, he became he actually was the one to articulate
No, I know, but if there's anybody that people want to hear something from, it's Bryce Harper.
Sure,
it's just funny that when Bryce says it, it's beautiful, but when John says it's old man yelling at clowns.
You're a jerk. Oh, yeah. Don't want to have any fun.
Obviously, fans are going to react differently to players saying it than media.
I know. I just find it funny.
I think DJ AAA being sent out of
that may be part of it.
Also by design.
Yeah, and he's doing great with being the cover athlete for the Lehigh Valley.
Riding his bat and spanking his backside and stuff. Like, it's real.
All right, what do we have? Because we're going to get very busy here momentarily. So what do we have on the text line? Phillies, and of course, I know you said a lot of Eagles texts have come in as well.
Yeah, so we have a check-in here. Someone calling us homers. They say, Homer Radio, everyone taking a step back except the Eagles. Come on, guys.
No, that's why I don't. Wait a minute. How can it be Homer Radio? I'm the one bringing it up. I don't believe that at all. You're not listening. If you send that text, you're not listening to me.
By the way, Homer Radio, we were the ones that told you they'd go to the NFC Championship game. You led the charge.
Yeah, I told you in May.
You led the charge.
But I mean, it was good. I was glad
this
to get
show was the beacon of light.
And we were getting ripped for it all last summer.
Yeah.
But guess what, though?
We're right back to square one, baby.
Look, Homer, I don't buy that at all. I think this is a murderer's row.
Yeah, we just
and I actually
14
said
wins is not happening this
year.
year.
I said Connor's 12. His point of view on the 12 is enlightened.
That's
a
great
to me,
season.
It would be a great season. And I think with this schedule, it would be every bit as good as 14-3 last year.
Did Mr. Homer Radio include a name?
No.
Coward.
There you go.
Coward.
Where
what
are we
else?
going at Homer Radio?
What
He
else
was
we
nice
got?
enough to text the show. We appreciate
Well, I mean,
the check-in.
if you're gonna go Homer Radio, put your name there.
Well, he
Come
could
on,
say
man.
Melvin. He could be Melvin from Norristown. He's not really Melvin.
Buddy, I don't mind if you don't like us, but if you listen, we appreciate
We do
you.
appreciate
No, I don't
you.
care if somebody
Mike
doesn't like
from
you. Just don't be a
Turnersville
coward.
put a name on it. All
Thank you,
right.
Mike.
Be nice to the texters. Mike from Turnersville says, I think Commanders, at least offensively, will be better. Daniels in the second season, adding Deebo Samuel. And I'm concerned about the Eagles' change in OC. I am concerned they will need to switch to Scott Loeffler to call plays due to a slow start.
Well, and that's a storyline that we really will have to pay attention to early on, is the Kevin Patullo aspect. And we'll see. I mean, I don't know until it happens.
How gut instinct right now? Tell me that's going to be a big theme of the summer. I'm going to need to be told why we should think differently of Kevin Patullo than we did of the change.
Mike Rowe, Brian Johnson.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because he's honestly, in some ways, maybe less qualified.
Yeah,
to
no,
call plays.
gut feeling it's going to be a slow start offensively.
Could
gut
be.
feeling. Or he's the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Right, there you go.
We'll find out. All right, coming up next, we have today's headlines with Connor Thomas. And if you don't have one of the stories that I saw this morning, I will add one more.
Okay.
And then Jeff McLane joins us coming up at 8:25. Busy 8 o'clock hour ahead. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
The Philadelphia 76ers.
Sixers win. Play that song.
The Philadelphia.
suck.
Looking nice today.
Atlanta weather's beautiful, as you've pointed out.
Yeah, the next 3 nights are going to be fine.
So no crying over muddy cleats like Tyler Glasnow did the other day.
Boy, Glasnow, man.
That was funny. Like, come on, man.
He's soft.
Didn't everybody else have the same muddy cleats to play in?
By the way, go check some of the Dodgers stuff after that series. They're like, some of their guys go in on Glasnow.
Oh, really?
Like, he has a reputation for being a little bit easily thrown off his game.
Yeah.
But he's a hell of a pitcher.
No, he's a stud as long as he can stay healthy.
Yeah.
All right, so here's what we're going to do, because I have an added story as well. I don't want to delay it much further. It's time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Brought to us by who?
Our friends over at Lundy Law for over 70 years. Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Visit lundylaw.com. That's lundylaw.com.
Speaking of law, that's where my story goes.
Okay.
Eventually.
Well, we'll get to it. It's not your segment. All right. So you go last. Important last night. Florida, Houston, national championship. If you did not stay up late enough for the final possession,
Guilty.
Houston down 2, gets the ball, and this is what happened.
Cryer, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, short. He walked. He can't touch it. He can't. 1 second, and it's over. Florida is back on top of the college basketball world.
So they didn't even get a shot off.
Yeah, it was horrible.
They had a dude try and jump and shoot the ball. He didn't get the shot off. He dropped it. He couldn't touch it again. It was a miserable final possession.
Yeah, I watched it this morning, just the final possession. I did not. Did they have a timeout left? Do we know?
I don't believe so. They had like one
didn't.
left with like 5 minutes left in the fourth or the second half.
So they go down the court, and I don't think they had any bit of a plan.
No, you know they did, though.
A guy brings
Yeah,
it
but
up.
you know that they did.
But but Florida must have sniffed it out then.
Or they just, like to me, that thought one of those things where you don't want the other team to get the timeout to be able to.
Right. Because I think they still had like 13 seconds on the
It was
clock
too
when
long.
they got the inbound. And they waited till like 3 seconds left, and then the guy jumps and lets go of the ball. He doesn't shoot. And he will think about that the rest of his life.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Like, he didn't even take the shot. It would have been a tough shot to make. The center was on him,
but just pull the trigger.
The fact that he just lets go the ball, that guy's going to remember that for the rest of his life, filled with regret.
Hey, good for Johnny, who had Florida winning.
Right. Yeah, that's talking about blind luck. I mean,
you scouted the field.
No, I really didn't watch
Johnny College Hoops over here.
But I did want the winner. I thought the winner would come out of the SEC.
Yeah, and I won one of my 4 brackets. So
and
good.
you hedged. Your hedge.
I did. I emptied the account on Houston money line. And
zero brackets for me this year.
Well, can't win if you don't play.
I don't know.
No, it's not the same.
But I don't even know the last time I didn't do a bracket.
I don't know. It's
weird.
Well, weird year. All right, we're going to need some space for this because I know you guys have thoughts. Dire Wolves are back. Now, I'm not talking about Game of Thrones for people who are out there. No, I'm talking about the actual thing. They're an actual animal. And this company called Colossal Biosciences has brought the DNA line back. Now, they're 25% bigger than normal wolves that we're used to today. And for the first time in like 10,000 years, they now exist on the planet. This is Jurassic Park.
Well,
first
of all, I read something where they're not 100%
They're not,
dire wolves.
Yeah.
But they did the genetic mutation.
Which is dumb.
Why is that dumb?
Because we got like 40 movies that say this is a bad idea.
I know.
What, do you think they're going to like take over the world?
Possibly.
I think it's fascinating. I do. And look.
So do I.
I told you guys, there's a new dinosaur museum in the Sewell area, which is where I live. And so I took Coop there. I didn't realize that.
When you say a new dinosaur museum, is that opposed to the old one?
Well,
did they have an old one?
No. But
I'm like, this is fascinating to me. I would go see
I didn't realize Jersey was a dinosaur hub. Like, I didn't know that. And I know that
That's why they have all those roundabouts.
Yeah, that's why. I heard that, obviously they've been trying to bring back dinosaurs too. Like, with science, you know what? I would rather this than artificial intelligence.
No,
yeah,
nothing
I'm
with
more
teeth.
scared. Connor, I'm more scared of robots.
Yeah. Like,
I am much more concerned about than somebody building making a dinosaur than I am worried about the robots.
What if we did neither? What if we just
Robots,
kept it how it was?
The way that my phone listens to me
Yeah.
and puts ads on my timeline. Andrew and I have a conversation in here, and the next hour I see an ad for something we talked about in passing.
It's a weird world, man.
You can mutate viruses these days. I would rather
That might have already happened.
I'd rather try to bring back animals. I think that's cool for science purposes. I maybe don't unleash them into the wild.
Yeah,
but
let's go with like the dodo next.
I think it's
now,
cool.
speaking of dodos, you have something to add?
Yes, I saw this, and I wonder how often this happens. So a man just pled guilty for selling more than $250,000 in fake memorabilia. So Johnny and I were just talking about if we have any memorabilia at the house, and I don't. You don't. I mean, we have
I have a
pennants.
I told you I have a Cole Hamels autographed World Series MVP baseball.
Yeah, which is awesome.
Cindy Webster helped to broker that little deal, and it's great.
Yeah.
It's the only piece of signed memorabilia I think I have.
So this guy, Anthony J. Tremaine, 58 years old, formerly of California, and then disappeared to Mexico.
Disappeared.
Yeah, he disappeared. He eventually pled guilty. $250,000 documented, up to $550,000, according to the FBI. They've been all over this dude. Not only does he have fake autographs of players from the Lakers, Clippers, Bulls, Heat, and Angels, and I'm going to guess that's Trout, LeBron,
sure,
Kobe, Shaq. He also had fake autographs of the Kardashians, people from movies like The Hunger Games, Twilight, Star Wars, Captain America franchises. This has been going on for the past 6 years. He moved to Mexico to avoid paying $1.4 million in U.S. taxes. So not only fake charges for the memorabilia, but also tax evasion. And I wonder how often this happens. We've heard stories of former players being asked to sign autographs under the name of somebody else on these airwaves. I forget exactly who it was.
Dude, it's got to be the world's easiest grift. You're going to get caught, but faking a signature, I don't know what anyone's signature looks
Dude,
like.
that's the thing. You see these signatures, it's just...
Yeah, it's chicken scratch.
It's scribbles. I wonder how often this happens.
That's my next career.
And then you can buy something like for the 2024 Championship Eagles, and then you see Gilly the Kids on it, and you're like, I've just devalued the entire thing I just bought.
But that's actually his autograph.
I just bought it. Yeah, I don't think anybody's faking that one.
All right, coming up next. Well, you just gave somebody an idea.
Oh,
They'll
geez.
never catch me. Coming up next from the Inquirer, man, Jeff McLane joins us to talk about the Birds. Had a fun Eagles hour in the 7 o'clock hour. We'll revisit with Jeff McLane next. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Another NL East matchup. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies are headed down to Atlanta looking to win their 4th series in a row to start the season. It's their 2nd National League East series on the year. Game 1 is tonight at 7:15, and it's a great pitching matchup with Zach Wheeler facing off against Chris Sale. The Sixers lost to the Heat 117-105 last night, extending their losing streak to an even dozen. They're going to play the Wizards tomorrow night. Flyers are off tonight. They face the Rangers tomorrow at 7:30. The Eagles offseason, it's been quiet lately, but something that keeps popping up is the conversation about Dallas Goedert potentially being moved. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN checked in with us on that yesterday.
Dallas Goedert has been a top tight end for a while now. I do think he has value. So it looks like that's going to happen at some point. If they can't find a trade, maybe they just release him. Maybe that's best for the team and the player at that point.
We're going to talk to Jeff McLane coming up next to the Inquirer. We'll ask him about that. Ben Ingram, voice of the Braves, will join us at 8:40. Amy Fadul will join us for the entire 9 o'clock hour. And in college basketball, Florida took down Houston last night to win the national championship. They've won March Madness. This update's brought to you by Mercedes-Benz. That feeling of owning your first Mercedes-Benz is hard to believe, but it's real. From the leather stitching to the iconic design, every element of a Mercedes lives up to its reputation. See for yourself at your local dealer. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Bill Colarulo.
I was excited for Brandon Marsh. Brandon Marsh is terrible. The guy is terrible at the plate. He can't.
Hope you're having a nice drive into work today. As John said, weather a little bit better today. We'll be joined by Jeff McLane momentarily. But John Kincade, before we speak with Jeff, has a question. He wants me to be the interior decorator of his house.
Well, I think you're going to figure out the answer. I had in the Kincade, I had a Super Bowl tribute wall to the Eagles' only one Super Bowl championship. Now that wall has to be revamped because we have two.
Absolutely.
So it's starting. The process is starting today. I have 3 pictures from this year's postseason run.
Oh, I thought you were asking for me to give
3 pictures that are, and prints, pictures that are going up on the Super Bowl 59 side of the wall.
All right, are they all like in game?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not like anything post game because the Jalen Hurts cigar picture outside the locker room,
that's a great
iconic
one, by the way. It's iconic.
Saquon in the snow.
Saquon in the snow. You saw. I got that the night of our Philly sports trip.
Oh, I didn't know you got it.
I went and got that that night.
I didn't know you. Oh, congratulations!
Yeah, I did. I bought that
on
one.
your success.
Yeah, Saquon. Yes.
I figured that would be one of them. Devontae's catch.
The dagger.
All right, I'm right. Okay.
The dagger's there. There's one more.
Now, this is an interesting one.
The hands in Patrick Mahomes' face.
See, that would be fun, but it's not.
I was thinking the hands of Dallas Goedert, but you hate Dallas Goedert.
No, I don't hate Dallas.
And you want him to be released and
No, I don't want that.
fend for himself.
I'm worried about his next meal.
I'm trying to think. What game?
Well, then I give it away if I give you the game. But the dagger had to be there.
Yeah, the dagger.
And Saquon in the snow had to be there.
Cooper pick 6.
Cooper.
That's a good one.
Cooper, just as he crosses the goal line into the end zone, with C.J. Gardner-Johnson jumping behind him, like his knees up to chest height. That was it.
Love that.
So there it is. Those are the 3.
I do love that.
That's a good wall.
And
That's
those
gonna be
are.
good.
So how many pictures did you have from the previous one?
I have the same print that did the Saquon, the same artist that did the Saquon. We have the Brandon Graham strip sack.
Okay.
For
so
that
just the one.
Brandon Graham. Then we've got Philly Special.
Oh, yeah. Of course. Foles
Philly
catching
Special
it.
one,
Yeah.
so that's good there. And but it's got so it's good. So those are some of the ones
that's
going
good
up
work.
on the new wall.
I love that. All right. We're going to be joined now by our man Jeff McLane from the Inquirer. You got to check out the new look of Inquirer Sports, where fans can read, watch, and listen to their favorite reporters and columnists. Go to inquirer.com/sports. And of course, he joins us on the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next, as we are 2 weeks and 2 days away from the NFL Draft. We're joined by our man Jeff McLane. Jeffrey, good morning. How are we doing today?
Hey, guys. What's up?
What's going on?
We're getting closer to the draft, and as we get closer, obviously, we start looking into more reports. I found it fascinating. I read an article this morning where somebody compiled like a bunch of mock drafts, and I'm not a big mock draft guy, but what I found interesting, Jeff, there were 6 different mock drafts, and there were 5 different results. 2 offensive linemen, 1 trade out, 1 wide receiver, 1 safety, 1 edge rusher. Do you even have a sense of what the Eagles could do in the first round? Because it seems like they could go in a million different directions.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you pick 32nd. I've gotten better at picking, predicting who the Eagles have picked in the first round. I got Quinyon Mitchell last year, and, I think I pretty much had Carter as one of their top guys. I wasn't sure if they're going to get him, but I had them taking Nolan Smith and then Devontae. So, I've done pretty well. I feel like the Eagles it's been easier to kind of do whatever reporting legwork I do heading into the draft, and also maybe, just predicting based upon, institutional knowledge and knowing how he looks at the draft of picking who they may take in the first round. But I think this one is just, you're probably just throwing darts against a wall with your eyes closed because, again, you're picking 32nd. A trade out is probably very much in the scenario. The last time they had that selection 7 years ago, that's exactly what they did. For Dallas Goedert, of course, the Ravens picked Lamar Jackson with that selection. So I don't know. I mean, I think it's probably better. It's easier to stand back and look at the draft. They have 8 picks and say, okay, it's very deep at defensive tackle. I think they're going to get defensive tackle in the first 3 picks, right? Or, tight end, tight depth at that position. The Dallas Goedert situation unresolved. A tight end probably at some point. certainly an offensive lineman, maybe two at some point. Perhaps a running back, receiver, skill position guy for the offense, maybe someone to take a swing at in the third day. But in terms of names and specifics, I'm not quite there yet.
You saw the Eagles' defense through 4 games last year, and then you saw the Eagles' defense that ended up winning a Super Bowl. Is it of the belief that with the changes that are going to go on the defense this year, that maybe we can expect a bumpy ride early in the transition with the new faces?
I think that probably had a little more to do with the scheme changes than it did with the new faces. I mean, they had a lot of new faces last year, too, on the defensive side of the ball. Certainly that's a factor, and that could be a factor as well, and there are so many other variables that factor into the success of the defense early on or not. But it helps tremendously to have Vic back for a second year, and there being more than half of the defense that has played in that scheme, the starting defense, and certainly there'll be guys that are being elevated to more prominent roles who have played in the defense, know it. But yeah, there'll be new faces at a few specific spots. And yeah, there'll be a little bit of a process there. But if you look at the guys who left and who's replacing them, for the most part, they're in house, right? I think cornerback is probably going to be Keely Ringo. I'm not 100% certain upon that, but safety, I feel like they're probably going to do something there. There could be a newer guy there, but if not, Sidney Brown's played in the scheme. And then so yeah, and linebacker is another spot, but with Nakobe Dean's future uncertain, because that could be Jeremiah Trotter. But so I don't think it's going to be a huge deal.
Speaking of players that left, I asked John and Connor this question yesterday. We're revisiting a topic we did last year. Who would they miss more, Jason Kelce or Fletcher Cox? I'll ask you, Jeff. Who will they miss most of the players on defense that are leaving?
Yeah, apparently they miss those guys too much, right?
Yeah.
Right, they won a Super Bowl. So, again, like you can make too much of that. There's so many other variables that factor into a team's success and how they go about, replacing certain players. But to answer your question, I guess Milton. Just because I just think that position is so important within the scheme. He's a guy that basically did a lot of dirty work. Maybe kind of went a little unnoticed for several years. Maybe last year not as much because John Carter was really beasting in there and was able to free up Milton. I think Slay is maybe in that category as well. Maybe I elevate him a little bit above Williams because he plays every snap. He doesn't have a direct effect on every snap, but Slay played great last year. Maybe he lost a little bit in terms of speed, and we'll see what happens this year as he hits age 35 or age 34, 35. But I thought he played phenomenally. And Keely, while he's flashed here and there, is he ready to step in that role and be the full-time guy? I'm not saying that they're going to just hand him that job. He's got to go out there and compete for it. And they also brought in Adoree Jackson, who could. He's played there plenty of times on the outside of cornerback. Maybe he ends up being the guy. I think I would probably point to those two more than the other two guys, which would be, I guess, Josh Sweat, obviously going to be a big loss, and C.J. Gardner-Johnson as well.
Jeff, do you have any gut instinct on why the fan should maybe feel differently about Kevin Patullo stepping in regards to the other offensive coordinators that have been through this town that might have failed coming into the same type of situation?
Yeah, because he's a different person. It's just like saying if whoever you replaced at your previous job,
sure.
Are you exactly like that person? No. I think if you're going to look at it with a critical eye, you could say, all right, well, there's always, you're bringing in a new guy who's never called plays before, but an offensive coordinator. That is all very fair. But to say, it's not going to work because it didn't work with Brian Johnson, who was elevated into that spot, or it didn't work with Mike Rowe, who was elevated into that spot, is just not being fair to Kevin Patullo. Kevin's his own person and has his own ways. We'll see. Like I said, look at the resume. Look the fact that he's never called plays. Look at the fact that he's never led an offense. Those are all very fair points to make. There's also a question of
how the scheme will fit in with what they did with Kellen Moore and what he may want to do. And especially with John Hurts and how that applies to him and all that. Yeah, those are all fair things to write about. But I just don't know if it's fair to bring up Brian Johnson, Mike Rowe, or whoever else has been promoted into a spot before.
Jeff, we appreciate the time as always, man. Next week will be a week away from the NFL draft, so we'll be keeping an eye on all your work because we know you always do a lot of great stuff right before the draft. So we appreciate the time as always. Can't wait to talk to you again next week.
Thank you, Jeff.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
There he is, Jeff McLane from the Inquirer, Inquirer.com.
And Inquirer has definitely upped their game as far as the online game.
Oh, yeah.
So check it on out.
Inquirer.com/sports, man.
And uncovering the birds kicks ass.
Yeah, it does.
It is. I think it's the best birds podcast out there.
Yeah. By the way, he said Milton Williams and Darius Slay.
He did.
You went Josh Sweat. I'm still shocked that you went Sweat.
I'm very worried about the thinness at the pass rush position.
I got you.
At the edge rusher, I'm very concerned. How about this? I'm concerned about it.
Well, they'll put some weight on before the season starts.
That could work.
Yeah.
They can have the weight I'm trying to take off.
Coming up next, we then go back to the Phillies. Because joining us will be the voice of the Atlanta Braves radio broadcast, Ben Ingram. How important is this series for the Bravos? And can the Phillies #bury the Braves?
Oh,
as
that'd be
John
fun,
Kincade
wouldn't
has
it?
started.
Bury the Braves.
We'll talk to Ben Ingram next. It's Kincade and Salciunas on this Tuesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic. We want to hear from you. So text us at 610-632-0975. Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Want to let you know about the deal of the week, by the way. This is a great one. Check out the deal of the week, 975thefanatic.com/deals. You get a $50 voucher to Broad Street Brewing in Bristol for just $25. Broad Street Brewing celebrates Philly's vibrant culture and rich history with expertly craft beer that pays tribute to the spirit of Philadelphia.
The guy who's going to join us here, the voice of the Braves, he is the guy, the voice of God, Ben Ingram. You hear him a lot on ESPN overnights with the calls. Took a similar path like to our young Ray Dunn here.
Was that right?
You know, working his way up through the ranks. I remember when he rolled in from Mississippi.
Breaking putters?
And well, he's not like that.
Yeah.
But he is one of the great voices of the game.
Well, let's talk to him right now on the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business, a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. Ben Ingram, the voice of the Atlanta Braves. Ben, good morning. How you doing today?
Morning, fellas. Thanks for having me.
Thanks
he does
for
have the
coming
voice
on.
of
That
God.
is, it's a beautiful voice. God bless you.
You know, I started out the morning, and you're not going to be surprised, Ben, with the rallying cry of bury the Braves. That's what and the idea being at least bury them in the divisional race. Do you think that's way too early, looking at this early April series? Because no team that's ever been 2-10 has won their division.
No, I don't think it's too early at all. And I think it's a great opportunity for any team in this division, if you're basing the Braves right now, to do exactly that. I mean, I look at this first month of the season, John, and it's Phillies for these three. Then it's a road trip to Tampa and Toronto. We'll see the Diamondbacks. They're a good ball club. We'll see the Dodgers the first 3 days in May. So it's a tough stretch for a team that has gotten off to a really horrid start. I mean, I don't think anybody expected this. So to be 1-8 going into this series with the Phillies, I think that's exactly what the Phillies mentality should be.
You're around the team all the time, so I imagine before the season starts, it's, all right, let's stay afloat until Strider and Acuna come back. But when you start off 1-8, what's the mindset now? What's the rallying cry inside the Braves locker room?
I think they're still trying to figure that out. I think it's a state of bewilderment, to be quite honest. Because, like you said, you're expected to get Spencer Strider back at some point here in the next maybe week and a half. Ronald Acuna could be a month, maybe less. But what's the status of the team when those guys come back? I mean, if you're 10, 12, 13 games under 500 upon that taking place, how much impact can they actually make? And to be quite honest, I think if you're waiting till, I don't know, June, July, I think you might say, okay, well, let's try to stay afloat until then. I think the expectation was much higher than that to start the season. I think they felt like, okay, we can still be a good ball club, and then once they come in, we can become a Super Bowl club. I mean, they're a team that won 89 games last year, and they were missing most of the team for most of the season. So I think their expectation was we're much healthier right now than we were a year ago, so we should be a solid ball club, and then once those guys return, we should really get a boost. And that hasn't happened. And there's a few reasons that's been the case, but I don't know how much of an impact those guys can make if you find yourself 10, 12, 13 games under 500 by the time they come back. So they've got to find a way with the staff that they currently have, the group that they currently have, to turn things around and at least play 500 until then.
That pitching staff, though, it does have the potential to keep you afloat. I just wonder how this team's not hitting.
That's my biggest question. John, I look back 2 years ago, I see a team with pretty much the exact same players go and slug 500 as a team. And then you get 2 years down the road, and it's not just mediocre offense. There's no offense whatsoever. We had a stretch on the West Coast where it was no runs, 1 run over on a 4-game period. And I'm telling the guys that I worked with, I said, this would be like Michael Phelps going out to win every gold medal 2 years ago in the Olympics, and then 2 years later drowning in a swimming pool. That's what this feels like. It's just it's a completely different. It's the same guys, but it's just night and day difference to what you saw these guys do 2 years ago, and it's kind of inexplicable. I don't understand the grand turnoff there from where you were 2 years ago to where you are right now. So. I know it's early, and that's what people keep saying, but I think that's also something that people say when they're trying to avoid panicking. And there's a lot in the first 9 games to say, should we be panicked about what we're seeing right now? And I know fans feel that way.
The Phillies and Braves had some great playoff matchups in recent years. Obviously, we've had a little bit more fun here in Philadelphia with them. But when you see them acquire a guy like Jesus Luzardo, and you've seen the dominance through his first 2 starts, you'll be seeing him game 3 in this series. how do you feel in Atlanta when you see that the already top rotation or one of the top rotations in baseball adds another lethal arm like that?
That was such an underrated move, I think, in Major League Baseball, because I've always been a big fan of Luzardo. Seeing him in Miami, anytime we got him, I thought that's a tough matchup. He's a good lefty. He throws really hard. He's got good breaking ball. And for him to go from Miami to Philadelphia, I don't think that got the attention that it should have gotten league-wide. I didn't hear too much talk about that during the offseason, and that was puzzling to me. So, yeah, to see that, I think you see a team that says, okay, we know we've got a really good pitching staff. How can we be better? And those are the teams that you fear. I mean, anytime you have a team that on paper looks like they've got everything that they need, and then they go out there and they bolster that even further, that team's serious. And the Phillies have been right there on the doorstep each of the last few seasons, and having one more starter like that could be the piece that puts them over the top. It's a lineup that, if they're healthy, is going to be really tough to navigate through for any team. And I think you always went into that thing thinking, well, if you can just if you can find a way with Nola or Wheeler, maybe you can have success versus the other guys. Well, here's the third piece. I know for us, Ranger Suarez is always difficult to face, but here's the thing: if you face those three with Luzardo, Nola, and Wheeler, that is a brutal stretch for any team to face if those guys are on. So I'll say a tip of the cap for the Phillies for making that move and bringing him in, and I think it's a move that should have been talked about more across Major League Baseball.
Ben, you might be able to give Philly fans some insight here. I don't know if you knew this or not. They are building a battery, same sort of concept, same company, building a battery here at our stadium complex. They're gonna now create a new Sixers Flyers stadium, and then they'll have the Phillies and the Eagles, and they're going to create a battery here on a triple the scale of Atlanta. Can you tell fans what they have to expect? Because, I saw it firsthand, but through your words, what that can bring to the game day experience.
I think it's awesome. I mean, and furthermore, John, it's a destination even if the team's not in town or even if it's not in season. Some of the wildest nights I've seen in the battery were college football and pro football nights.
Sure.
And obviously it's through the roof for game days. I love the concert venue that they have there. They bring in really good acts. So it's a destination for Atlanta, and it can be the same thing for Philadelphia. If you're going out one night, if you're thinking about dining, a concert, a bar, whatever it may be, that's on everybody's radar no matter what time of year it is, whether it's the middle of July or the middle of January. And if Philly's able to do that same thing, with the fan bases that are there, with the way that people are passionate about sports there, you mix that in, I think that's an absolute home run. And that's, to me, my favorite thing about the battery is knowing that it's not just a baseball season destination. I think it's a year-round place. So it's become a really amazing place for people to come before games and even after games. I love Fridays and Saturday nights. I mean, where I park after a game, or for a game, I have to walk right through a stretch of pretty loud bars and such. So there's some Fridays and Saturday nights where I just want to go right inside of there instead of going home. So there's so much going on, and people are having so much fun. But that would be such a great situation for Philadelphia to do that in that area where the stadiums are would be tremendous.
So you didn't get my old parking spot. You didn't have to look at the Bobby Cox statue.
Yeah, I walk right by that. Come out, hang a left, and there I go.
There you go.
Ben, listen, that's great insight. Not only on the teams, but also the battery.
It's going to be fun.
Ben, we appreciate the time today.
Look
Thank you.
forward to seeing you, buddy, when you come to town.
That sounds good, man. I appreciate it. Great to visit with you guys.
All right, there he is. Ben Ingram, the radio voice of the Atlanta Braves.
Largest sports radio network in sports.
How about that? And you know who he reminded me of just talking to him? More Southern twang, Mel Kiper.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Fast.
That's not bad. He's fast.
Kind of always has like the question at the end of the sentence.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. And Mel,
it sounded like Mel Kiper.
Mel, a
more
Southerner,
Southern.
And Mel, a Southerner himself down in Maryland.
All right, coming up next.
Connor doesn't know the Mason-Dixon that Maryland's the South, but it is.
Amy Fadul. She joins us for the rest of the show. There she is. She walks in. Wow, how about that? We're joined by Amy for the rest of the show. So she joins us next here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Bill set for a pitching duel. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies are headed down to Atlanta looking to win their 4th series in a row to start the season, and they got a great pitching matchup in tonight's game. Game 1 is at 7:15 this evening, and Zach Wheeler is taking the mound, facing off against Chris Sale, a showdown of the top 2 Cy Young finishers in the National League from last season. Sixers lost to the Heat 117-105 last night, extending their losing streak to an even dozen games. They'll play the Wizards tomorrow night. Flyers are off tonight. They face the Rangers tomorrow at 7:30. Eagles off season. Well, it's been quiet lately, but the Dallas Goedert rumors are still flying. We talked to Jeremy Fowler of ESPN about Goedert's future yesterday.
You know, Dallas Goedert has been a top tight end for a while now. I do think he has value. So it looks like that's going to happen at some point. If they can't find a trade, maybe they just release him. Maybe that's best for the team and the player at that point.
We'll keep you updated on that news ahead of the NFL Draft, which is just a couple of weeks away. Amy Fadul joins us for the entire 9 o'clock hour, so she'll start with us next. This update is brought to you by Groundworks, your expert for basement waterproofing and foundation repair since 1997. Book your free inspection at groundworks.com. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Baseball season is here, and we have you covered.
now until the end of the show from NBC Sports Philadelphia. Our friend Amy Fadul in studio. Amy, good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
And she did the soap opera entrance.
Bum, bum, bum.
She swung the door open.
I heard my name. Goodness, that's Amy Fadul's music.
It's Amy. We thought she was dead.
Yes.
And she's coming off another barn burner.
Yes.
Last night.
Listen.
Sixers continue to do their business, man.
This is what they're supposed to do.
They lose to the Heat 117-105.
For those of you not watching, and you should, because we're having actually some fun on there. We are talking about some positives and looking forward to the next season and everything like that. But it's a grind, and we're still having an enjoyable time. We're telling stories. We're having Jim Lynam tell stories. We're doing scenarios for first round picks and who they would take, and it's good stuff. But yeah, when they went on that 16-3 run to basically start the fourth, we were like, all right.
Nice night for former Lithuanian star Lonnie Walker.
Yes.
Last night.
It was a great night. He was 2 off of a season high or a career high for him. But yeah, we couch it as 5th best lottery odds instead of 5th worst record.
That's a good way to spin it.
Because that's what we're trying to do. Like, our focus now isn't the record. We know what the record is, okay? We know what we're aiming for, and it's lottery odds.
Any insight on how Tyrese Maxey is handling all this mentally? Because you've always portrayed it as this is like a guy
for him.
who loves to compete.
Yeah, it's been tough for him. And he talked about that earlier in the season when he was shouldering the entire load with Paul George out and Joel Embiid out, and he'd really struggled, and his shot had struggled. And then obviously he had the hand issue, which is still bothering him. But I did see a moment of joy for him, or at least it wasn't joyful because he was reacting to a dim bone and getting the technical. But he's up, he's animated, he was involved. I think that's the thing with him, is that being involved with this team. I mean, they're on the road, and those guys obviously are not playing, but they're still with the team. And I think that says something. I think that helps a guy that might be struggling with the losing, because Tyrese Maxey has never lost to this degree, ever in his entire life.
Speaking of Maxey, I'm curious. I wasn't going to go in this direction, but it made me think, as you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN, WPN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities.
This is sports radio that makes you think.
Yeah, exactly, man. It's smart.
She's got a lot to say. She's got a lot to say.
It's what you want to hear. Tyrese Maxey, you have talked about this numerous times with us, that he and Embiid are tight.
Yes.
Best friends.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear the clip from Marcus Morris the other day on First Take about how...
I heard the clip. I didn't watch it. Yes.
Embiid has not really had anybody recently around him to hold him accountable. I thought Harden did a pretty good job with it. Obviously, we know that Jimmy Butler was probably the best at it for a short period of time. Can Maxey, and I know there was the story this year that Maxey
called him out.
Yes.
It's one thing to call him out. Is Embiid listening?
Yeah, and I think that the narrative where they're not like that they don't have a good relationship. Tyrese Maxey wouldn't have called him out if he didn't have a good relationship. And I think that's kind of got lost a little bit at the beginning of that narrative. They're like, oh, look, you obviously feel really comfortable. We all have good friends, right?
Yeah.
Who can call you out better than your good friend?
Right.
No one.
Nobody.
Right? That's
Nobody can.
And I, people that are around the team, I've certainly seen it. I remember watching the two of them interact at the Sixers Gala, where we were, right? We saw them at the green carpet or red carpet or whatever it was. I think it was a red carpet. And they still joke. They still have this great relationship. I think that it's a little bit of an outsider's perspective. And I know, obviously...
He was on the team last year.
He was on the team. So he's connected, but not as connected. And I think you don't call a person out if you don't have a really solid relationship with them. And that relationship has continued to be very solid.
Will Embiid listen? Because
I do. I do think he does listen.
This story has been told for many, many years.
Listen, I do think that Joel Embiid is the type of player that if he's going to do something, he's going to do it. Does he appreciate outside noise? Maybe a little bit, but I don't know. I think he's more of an internal guy. Like I go back to how people are made up. I'm not an external motivator person. You can yell at me all you want. It does nothing for me.
Right.
If anything, I'm just going to look at you and think you're, stop talking.
Yeah.
But there are people that do respond to that, and I think coaches and teammates need to learn who that is. And I think Joel Embiid is more of an internal guy, and I think that he knows that, and I think they know that. And so for them to get to the point where they needed to talk to him, I think that is a wake-up call for him. Because he knows that he's not a guy that's going to be, oh, yeah, rah, 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 and you're going to cheer me on or chastise me, whatever it is verbally, you're going to have to show me.
Right.
I think he does listen in his own way.
Okay. Interesting.
It's been pretty exciting to watch the early season Phillies.
Oh, yeah, of course. I'm excited. I'm doing Phillies on Thursday.
See, it's good. You get a little change of pace for you to get back into.
Yeah, I'm doing Bird's Huddle today,
which is fun.
Johnny's got a rallying cry for.
Oh, tell me more.
Bury the Braves.
Okay.
Wait, I thought it was kill the grandmas.
No, that was different. That was a bad analogy.
I don't know if you missed that one.
About pulling the plug on grandma.
Don't look at me. It's Kincade.
Earlier today, John tried saying, it's as if you're in the hospital room and your grandmom's dying. You could either pull the cord.
That is
okay.
true.
Okay, so bad. A little dark. Okay, so I went a little dark. So here it is. Here's a better scenario. Braves lose. If you go in and you beat them 2 out of 3, they're 2-10. No 2-10 team in the history of baseball has ever won their division.
That's pulling the cord on grandma.
And to me, that's pulling the cord.
I get you. First of all, I don't like those things where no team has ever done that, because if there's any team that's going to do it, it's the freaking Braves.
Yeah.
Every time I think, oh, no, stop it. That team is seemingly built to play late in the season. And only reason they weren't there last year is because of injuries. And they still were.
And they still were 6 games behind the Phillies.
And think about it. So, but yes, I agree. You need to bury the Braves. And it's not about, winning the division in April. That's not possible. But to your point, you think you can lose the division.
Yeah.
You certainly can let it slip away. You certainly can set the tone. I think it's about setting the tone. You set the tone last year early on with the Braves. You saw where it went. You need to have a good start. Obviously, we know they need to have a good finish, but that doesn't mean that you can't have a good start again. I think a lot of people are having that, it's not PTSD, but that little bit of like, well, this is how they started last year, and we know how it ended. Like, don't get caught up in July until April's over.
That's a good one.
But take care of business right now. And I think burying the Braves, setting the tone. You set the tone with the Dodgers. Now you need to set the tone with the Braves. And I think it sends a message to them. We know how they are. You're going to go down in their house. And I heard you guys obviously talking to their guy in Atlanta. And I think that they know who the Phillies are. And I like the roles have been reversed. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
It was the Braves. They were always the ones that were being chased. And now they're chasing the Phillies. And I like that.
All right, so I want to play something for you then, because you mentioned maybe there are people that are still saying, well, this is how they started out last year. Our own and your own, Ricky Pitalico of both 97.5 The Fanatic and NBC Sports Philadelphia, yesterday on the Best Show Ever, was talking about the start to the Phillies and how he believes it feels different this year. Take a listen.
I just think this team will stand up to anybody, and Topper said it. This team has grit. This Phillies team plays, and I can't exactly pinpoint it. It feels different. It looks different. It looks like there's a more serious aspect to this team than there has been in the past couple of years. That's number one. Number two, clutch hitting. Look at Nick Castellanos yesterday. You know what? That could not have come at a better time.
Do you believe that it's a little bit different this year?
I hear what Ricky's saying, and it does feel a little different. But I don't know if it feels different because it actually is different or because we feel different about it. And I thought maybe I felt different about it. Like last year I was excited and maybe a little bit surprised about how well they started. Now I'm not as surprised. The expectation was, you come out guns a-blazing after the way the season ended last year. And I need you to set the tone. I need you to be that team. So, it does feel a little bit different. And I hope it feels different because the guys are more locked in and that they are not. I had a social media post and I said something about, whatever. They said 11 walks. Like, that's just, the Dodgers gave the game away, or whoever it was. When did they have the 11 walks? Was that against
walks,
Sunday?
Had to have been the glass now start Sunday, yeah.
Yeah,
Sunday.
So Sunday. So they gave away 11 walks. That's patience at the plate. Like, I get it. The Dodgers were giving them, he had a bad outing. But at the same time, this is a team last year and certainly in years past where you would not have that many walks. You would not even have half that many walks.
Right.
And I think that to me was like, okay, well, that's a person that's trying to put a negative spin on it. Well, the Dodgers just gave the game. Who cares? You took the advantage of a pitcher struggling rather than trying to reach out of the zone and try to hit nonsense like you would have to try to make something happen because they felt the pressure of needing to get the hit. No, walk is a run in this case.
Yeah. Now, I said I don't feel different. Just because I thought it was different last year, and
okay.
So you might have a little PTSD from it.
Yeah.
Like as far as you felt like last year you got burned.
Yeah, the only thing I'm going to hold on to is what I said before the season started, that this could be the last hurrah. And so maybe that is the difference. Like, hey, boys, this is it. Some of us will still be here next year, but a lot of us might not be.
I mean, I think they might feel that because, listen, when you're looking at And they could feel that because of the way that the offseason went. There was a lot of names that were thrown around. Castellanos' name was thrown around. Alec Bohm's name was thrown around a lot about trade talks. Maybe they feel some of that too. Like, listen, we need to get it together.
Yeah, Bohm's really got it together.
I do wonder. I do wonder about a guy like Schwarber. He's off on a tear. And April, he's usually terrible.
Yes.
It's the worst month of his career. It's April. His stats. He's had 31 home runs in his career in April. And now he's on a bit of a tear.
Yeah, he boasts like 30 in June.
See?
Yeah. Could be a fun year for Kyle
It could be a really
Schwarber.
fun year.
I love it. He's like me on the front nine.
He could get paid. He could also get paid.
You're better front nine than back nine?
No. He's usually me on the front nine. Oh, gosh.
Oh, no?
Are you kidding me? It's because
That's
I don't
me
do
too.
anything. I don't do anything.
I always say, could I play the first three again?
It's because we don't warm up.
That's when the beers start flowing.
it.
too.
Exactly. Swing juice.
All right, coming up next, we'll dive into the upcoming series a little bit more. Probable pitchers, who's available for each team, because obviously the Braves are still missing some big players. And, of course, more on this bury the Braves concept, because you really could do some damage if you win this series. So we'll talk more about that coming up next. We'll check some text messages as well. It's Kincade Salciunas. Amy with us for the rest of the show here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli.
When I look at the Dodgers, I go, okay, they're going to probably get better. But the Dodgers...
Salciunas is presented to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com.
All right, before we dive a little deeper into this big series, sneaky big series between the Phillies and Braves, which begins today, I do want to check what we've got coming in on the text line. We've talked a lot of Eagles today as well, so I got a couple of things that I want to throw by Amy later on in the show as well. Amy Fadul is with us for the rest of the show today. You could text in on any of our topics at 610-632-0975. Connor, what has been coming in so far on the text line?
So we have a bunch of people checking in on the Eagles topic that we had from earlier about the schedule and how much it might make you nervous. Mike from Levittown says, as far as the schedule goes, the question shouldn't be so much how those teams improved or will fall back, how much you have faith in the Birds. Is that team equipped to go ahead and go on a run through a gauntlet like the one we saw in 2023? I'm not sure about the defense.
Wow. Oh, not sure about the defense. Okay, that's interesting. So,
That's
Amy,
a little harsh.
yesterday,
Not sure about it?
Yesterday, John was just hoping that when the schedule comes out next month, that if there is a gauntlet, it's later on in the year because he's the new look defense. There's going to be kinks. There's going to be growing pains like we saw this year. And if you have easier opponents, you can win those games while working through that kind of stuff. And it amazed me that John was already worried about something 150 days, now 149 days away.
You're not that surprised.
Yeah,
no, not that surprised.
But it's the idea of the last year we saw the defense was young and in transition, and they weren't ready for prime time till after the bye week.
Right.
And the bye week was so early, which actually really benefited them.
So I'm sort of hoping.
So you want to have like some bye weeks as I'm hoping
games. Some of the easier games fall into September so they can get their footing. Because last year they looked bad defensively heading into October.
They did. And there was a lot of concern last year in the offseason about the defense. It was everyone's number one concern. And then you just kind of picked which part of the defense you were concerned about. Linebacking, secondary, front four, whatever it was. But there was always, that was when you went down the list of like what things you were concerned about going into the season, it was always some aspect of the defense. And it continued against the Packers. It's not like they showed out and you thought. And then there was even just after the bye week, there was still some cracks. You thought, oh, that Browns game, like it wasn't really great.
Wasn't good. Carolina game, the Jags game. There was still like a little bit.
I think the one thing we learned is that it does take time with Fangio's system, but also he's in his second year, and I think that's going to make a bigger difference than we think. It's not like he's walking in fresh and these guys are walking in fresh to him. There is enough carryover with certain aspects of that defense that I think it is going to have a little bit quicker on the uptake, and we won't be like starting over like it was last year.
So our texter was responding to the question I asked today. If at all, right now on April 8th, knowing the opponents, we know the opponents, we just don't know the order of the schedule. Does part of you have a little bit of concern going into a season knowing that you will be playing 10 playoff teams, one of them twice in the Washington Commanders, the NFC title opponent, the Super Bowl opponent, one of the AFC title opponents. Does that kind of concern you a little bit that the 14-win season, it's not happening this year?
And we need to wrap our heads around that now. Whatever number and that's what everybody does. As soon as the schedule comes out, everybody looks at it and you go win loss. It just you have to.
Right.
Even if you don't say
John?
it out
We
loud,
have to.
you
No, we
have
don't.
to.
No, we don't.
We have to.
You
John.
do it. Well, you already looked at it. You won some of the bye weeks.
The thing is, though, is not doing win-loss, win-loss.
Right, but you look in your mind
how hard it is.
And I think that it's when you're the big dog, you're going to have to run with the rest of the big dogs. That's just the way it is, and it's a joy. It is a prize. It is an achievement that you play the toughest schedule as a Super Bowl champion. Yeah, but does it concern me? Of course it does. The Commanders are a concerning team. Do I think they're going to catch magic in a bottle like they did last year? No, but I think they're still a good team. I think they're the second best team in the NFC East. Playing the Super Bowl, a contender again, another NFC contender again. These are teams that you look at their offseason, you thought, well, they actually did a lot too. They looked good too. And I think that, I don't know, like I'm okay with an 11-win season. And I'm okay with that now. And obviously, when I'll look at it the way that shakes out, and I'll think, okay, well, maybe I give myself a 10 or 11. I still think it's a winning season. I think it's still a good season. But, yeah, I am definitely concerned with the level of competition that they're going to be facing.
Interesting. Give us one more text, Connor, and then we'll look at the probables for Phil's Braves.
Now, we have a check-in here to get us a little bit back to baseball. Now, this texter sent Sosa in center field like 40 times. I scrolled back through the text.
Stop.
But They say it's early enough. Give Sosa a full game in center and see how it goes.
No.
Is there any thought at all? Well, you're Mr. Anti-Brandon Marsh.
Yes.
Or anti-center field in general.
We have a center fielder who's more than competent.
Yeah, no, I'm anti-playing guys out of position.
Now, they worked on it in spring training. He did play there already this year.
He made a good play.
Yeah. I'm anti-playing a guy for a full game out of the position that they're probably most comfortable with.
Yeah, but he can hit. I mean, listen,
Yeah.
I wouldn't
So
hate
today,
not this series.
Today, either Kepler or Stott is on the pine against Sale, and Edmundo stays in the lineup. But I'm not playing him out of position now.
Well, who says center field is out of position? Right? They worked on it in the offseason, and he was serviceable. And other teams, St. Louis tried it with him before he came to the Phillies.
Yeah, but he said no. But he already has made comments that that's not where
I do worry about when a player is not. What was it, Rafael Devers?
Yeah.
We saw how he started. I mean, it's
Rough
just
start.
Rough start, and he had
Turn
been
things
having
around.
questions. Yeah, and he has. I do worry about the psyche of a player when you do put him, even if it's not out of complete position because you've talked to them about it.
Scott
It would concern me.
Kingery.
He's not Scott Kingery. Stop it.
Now that is talk about PTSD.
Scott Kingery
Stop,
was
stop, stop,
supposed to be the second baseman, and then it's shortstop, then it's third, then it's center, then it's left. He didn't have an arm for any of those positions, and they completely blew up this kid's brain.
The difference is he stinks. Edmundo Sosa is good.
Edmundo Sosa is a
He
good
didn't
bench.
stink in the minors.
Edmundo Sosa is a good bench player.
See, Connor, I said the idea of the comfortability of players does matter.
But
there's no more mentally fragile sport than baseball.
And Sosa's come out and said,
Baseball's
listen,
the
I'm
worst.
here to, if there's a six man in basketball, I'm your sixth man. I'm good with that.
You got to remember, though, this guy's psyche is built to be that. He's been a utility guy for the Phillies for, 3 years now?
Yeah, at second and short
I don't know.
and third. I'm not about to start
infielder,
throwing.
a lifetime infielder, basically, and then you stick him in the outfield.
I think you're going to see it
Mikey
once.
Miss's head is exploding on the way to work at these listeners.
No, I know.
Sure it
I'm
is.
not saying it's smart. I'm saying I think they should try it at
You
some
already
point this
have
year.
a center fielder
You got two.
who you're sitting, who's a better option than the guy you're playing every day. Why are we doing this?
It's not Rojas is off the team so that Sosa could play center. I want to see it one time because the guy's tearing the cover off the ball, and you have three
but I'd
all-stars
rather
in the middle
see,
in the
I'd
infield.
And
rather
so you
see
know what?
Rojas.
Today, you will see him, I imagine, in the lineup.
I bet
probably
it'll be
at
on.
second.
Yeah,
probably at
probably
second.
second.
Yes.
Speaking of, Zach Wheeler tonight versus Chris Sale. So it's
This is like must-see TV.
Lock in.
It's the Cy Young winner against who should have won the Cy Young.
I can't wait. I can't wait to.
Chris-
it's going to be a great series.
Chris Sale.
Stop. Look how Chris Sale stopped pitching at the end.
How about whether?
Stop pitching at the end.
How about
Stop
tonight?
pitching at the end.
We'll be in bed by 9:20.
Oh yeah, could be. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
This could be a fast
wait,
one tonight.
7:15 is
Oh
late.
no! Wait.
Oh, it's
that's
7:15.
late. Well, they have to.
7:15
Yeah,
the
you need
late
to adjust
start,
it.
The Atlanta traffic's terrible.
No, it's just because they're lazy. Stop. Traffic's bad everywhere.
No.
That is
Amy.
listen, my brother lived there for 7 years. I went
lived
down there all the time.
I lived there 26.
It's
There's
because
people
they're
complain
lazy.
about traffic here.
They're lazy.
Traffic
Atlanta
here
wars.
is nowhere.
Everyone leaves late down there.
Traffic here
Everyone
is
leaves late.
nothing.
People
like
are like,
Atlanta.
oh, it's going to take me 30 minutes.
No.
I'm leaving when I have 20 minutes to go.
It's atrocious.
We have two great pitching matchups:
Lazy.
Wheeler, Sale,
Can't wait.
Luzardo, Schwellenbach. The one in the middle is fun. If you like the over, Taiwan Walker versus Grant Holmes.
Oh my
All right,
gosh.
coming up next.
Oh my gosh.
We're gonna have a little fun with this. I see something online from Philadelphia fans, and we do it too. We complain about how some teams are covered versus others. Yesterday, a team noticed that as well. It's Kincade and Salciunas with Amy Fadul for the rest of the show. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Phil's facing it off against the Braves. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies are headed down to Atlanta looking to win their fourth series in a row to start the season. Game 1 is tonight at 7:15, and we've got a great pitching matchup we were just talking about. Zach Wheeler facing off against Chris Sale. Top two Cy Young finishers in the National League take the bump down in Atlanta tonight. The Sixers lost to the Heat 117-105 last night, extending their losing streak to an even dozen. They'll play the Wizards tomorrow. Flyers are off tonight. They face the Rangers tomorrow. The Eagles' offseason has been quiet lately, but something that keeps popping up as we lead up to the draft is the conversation about Dallas Goedert potentially being moved. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN joined us yesterday to talk about that.
Dallas Goedert has been a top tight end for a while now. I do think he has value. So it looks like that's going to happen at some point. If they can't find a trade, maybe they just release him. Maybe that's best for the team and the player at that point.
We'll keep you updated on any news we get on Goddard's future and the past. Last night, Houston falling to Florida in the national championship game in college basketball. Amy Fadul will stay with us for the entire 9 o'clock hour. This update is brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Download the app today. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Fanatic Weekend with Andrew DiCecco.
For anyone to just...
morning, I want to highlight a baseball Twitter account and their work online yesterday. But before we do that, we have a question online for Amy Fadul. Is that right,
Yeah,
John?
Charles actually tweeted it in to Amy and myself, but I don't know if Amy didn't see it yet.
I have not.
Sixers season over Sunday. When is the end of the season press conference where we're going to know if Morey and or Nurse is back next year.
Yeah, so I don't know when the press conference would be. So the season's over
2 weeks?
Sunday. No.
Oh, it's no, 2 weeks. 4 games left.
There's
or
three games left.
3 games left.
Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. Just don't put that spell on me.
I'm sorry.
So then the play-in tournament is taking place. I would think they would have an end-of-the-year press conference, that coming week. I don't think it would be the next day. I mean, I guess it could be the exit interview type of vibe, but no, I think it would be within a couple of days that you would find out. And honestly, and I will go on the record, and you can call me home or whatever, they have no business, and anybody that wants to, you can go ahead and at me. You cannot fire Nick Nurse for this season. I think that I've seen some rumblings. My feeling is not only was he not playing with a full deck, he was playing with like one card.
Yeah.
He had one card, and it was like a 2 of hearts.
Hey, Deuce is wild. He's in good shape.
And some kid drew on it.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's bent on the end, so you know what it is when it comes out of the deck. No thanks. So I know that I've seen some small chatter about that. What do you think he did? I think he did as adequate a job as possible. I think these guys have been fighting. They're on 10-day contracts. Marcus Bagley started. He's on a 10-day contract.
Yeah, okay, I don't want to get into words with you, but he did as adequate a job as possible. Don't we expect more? He's Nick Nurse, and he's being paid a fortune.
I expect more from the team. I expect more from.
Okay, so you think you're
it's as good a job as he could have done with the guys that are literally getting off a plane, and it's like, here's a jersey.
Play.
You're playing.
Yeah.
You're playing.
You're starting.
Yeah, you're starting. You're playing 29 minutes. Like, it's what?
Now, here's one where you have the insight, so you can take someone like me and give them a little education. I've seen Nick Nurse, I think, with really bad body language this year. Like, he looks
hard to
He looks
contain.
haggard. He
Yeah,
looks,
I don't know. See,
he
the
looks
last couple
slump-shouldered
games,
to me.
I didn't see that. Maybe that was,
It was a streak. Let's put it this way.
Yeah, maybe
long
it was
streak.
when there was, there was some still hope about the 10 seed, and they were still losing, and they still had a somewhat of a complement of the players.
Yeah.
Because there wasn't as much standing, but I mean, listen, he got teed up twice the other day. He's animated. He's on the sidelines. I see him down there. I know where you're talking about. I
Right.
do remember some games where you would see maybe him hang his
frustration
head a
coming
little
through.
bit. I mean, I don't know. Part of me is just like, I feel you, dude. Like, I feel you. Like, we're all in it, and you're feeling it, the brunt of it. I'm not going to put words in his head, but I would look down at that and be like, 96% of my payroll is right there in street clothes.
I believe one coach once said, "I'm coaching a bunch of gypsies."
I mean, it's literally
That's what Brett Brown once said.
What's
Nick
going
Nurse.
on? Oh, Brett Brown, how we miss you sometimes, there, guy. Just his press conferences alone and that Australian accent.
James Butler.
James. He's the adult in the room.
Stall hunting.
Those were the days.
Those were the days.
Yeah, stall
Box
hunting.
score.
Thanks for drafting Zaire Smith and signing Wilson Chandler.
Yeah,
that
thanks
was your
for
stall
thanks for playing
hunting.
GM when you were literally an assistant coach for decades.
That didn't go well.
Zaire.
Zaire.
There we go.
So we are in the business. So we understand that certain teams get more pub than others.
Yes.
Let's just use our own city, for example. It's April 8th, and we spent an hour talking about the Eagles.
Yeah.
Right? Why? Because the Eagles get top billing.
Yeah. They won the Super Bowl.
So I understand why Major League Baseball would want to highlight the Dodgers as much as they can. They have the most nationally televised games out of any team this season. And they also have probably the most well-known baseball player in the world, not just the United States of America.
Absolutely in the world.
And Shohei Ohtani, right? So, of course, they're going to highlight Shohei Ohtani. And why wouldn't you after the 50-50 club last year, right? Like, just like how hockey highlighted Alexander Ovechkin chasing Wayne Gretzky's record. That's why the Caps are on national TV a lot during this time. And now he broke the record. But I do understand why people sometimes get annoyed by it. Like the Yankees-Red Sox.
Yeah, we get it.
We get
the
it.
big rivalry.
They have a historic rivalry. It's really cool. So I have seen Philly fans, we ourselves have complained about maybe sometimes Jalen Hurts not getting enough coverage or Bryce Harper not getting enough coverage. I loved what the Nationals did last night. If you were not following along on social media, Johnny, did you see the Nationals yesterday? Okay. So yesterday, the Nationals were playing the Dodgers. After the Phillies took 2 of 3 against the Dodgers, the Nationals had a 2-0 lead. And there was no mention from the official MLB Twitter account of the Nationals' 2-0 lead over the Dodgers. Ohtani hits a 2-run home run to make it 2-2. And they tweet out the video of it, and in all caps, Shohei Ohtani, game-tying homer, exclamation point. The Nationals Twitter account responds with,
So good.
Post Dylan Cruz's single, because Dylan Cruz gave them the 2-0 lead.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it was like Dylan Cruz, by the way, or something like that. Right?
Yeah, just please post it. And then later on, the Nationals took the lead. They started tagging the MLB Twitter account saying, hey, any recognition of the Nationals taking the lead? So finally, they posted the video of James Wood hitting a go-ahead home run. And the tweet was the video of the home run, and they say James Wood has some ridiculous opposite field power. To which the Nationals once again responded, where did the caps lock go, MLB?
Oh, wow.
Because when they tweeted Ohtani's home run, it was in all caps. And the Nationals one was proper grammar.
Yeah.
And, proper usage.
Understated.
Yeah, exactly.
That's incredible.
And then finally, when the Nationals won the game, when they got the save yesterday, so the Dodgers lose again, they did tweet out in all caps, the Nationals close out the win.
Yeah, and then I think they responded to that too.
They did louder.
Yeah,
and they tweeted back at them.
One of my students,
the admin gets a raise for that one.
One of my students was telling me that the average age of the person who is doing the social media account in Major League Baseball for the teams,
mid-20s.
I was going to say 26.
Not surprised.
27.
Yeah,
you almost nailed it exactly.
Yeah.
But I wonder about the person who's doing the league.
Not much different.
But you've got to have somebody who's more of an adult.
Maybe
Why?
30.
Because you do, because of the fact
You can
that
have someone that oversees them.
But
that's an
you got to
adult.
say because it's the MLB account. It's
Right.
not meant to be the
Dodgers
let's pump
account.
up the Dodgers
Yeah.
because then you're alienating like 28 other
But they did
parts
pump
of the
up the
fan
Dodgers.
base. You have
I think there's probably edicts that are sent out.
Teams-
Each night, here's what we're going to do.
We need 5 Dodgers tweets from you today.
All right, the Dodgers are our feature game. Make sure.
But we're not rooting for the Dodgers in the way we do it. That's where you just got to have an adult in the room to go, well, the large portion of the subscribers aren't Dodger fans.
Well, yeah, I mean, MLB is obviously going to have more than one person that's going to do their social account. So you can maybe average age of their people that do it.
Right.
There's no way there's just one dude.
Also, look around the room. This morning show is comprised of moron 30-year-olds pretty much across the board.
Who's the moron 30-year-old?
You
Well, there's
and
a bunch
me
of us.
and Big Guy and all in our early
Haley.
30s.
No,
Haley's
Haley's
still
20s.
mid-20s, but
She's going to get to be a real good moron by the time she's 30.
That's
It's hanging out with you
living.
guys. Hanging out with you guys. It's osmosis.
they're tweeting. They're not doing brain
But
surgery.
I give the Nationals a lot of
That was
credit. The
great.
Nationals Twitter account for being like,
I
"Oh,
love that.
It's
See,
also
I love
Nationals recognizing we're the Nats. We get it.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
also we're going to have a little fun with it.
Well, it's a dangerous game because remember, there's a tweet that they put out a couple years back
Oh,
that's
it's my
been
favorite thing.
killing them ever
Oh,
since.
yeah, no, it's
My
been
favorite thing.
The
spectacular.
beating Philadelphia isn't as hard as Philadelphians say it is. If I'm the Nationals, it's nice in the moment, but you're not that good of a team.
Yeah, but you got to own that, don't you, though?
I guess
That's why when
so.
they started the stupid Natitude, I was like, no.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Now
they're-
that, wait a minute. They have a
That's
new
my
one.
favorite. No, Natitude will always be Natitude.
No, it's
for me.
back.
It
They
is?
brought it back.
They shouldn't.
Next gen Natitude
hate
is
it.
this year's slogan.
Hate it.
I always think of that
It's
when they would
next.
show their stadium and there'd be like 8 people there. I'm like, is that Natitude?
It's
What's
next-
Natitude?
Now this year it's next
just-
gen Natitude.
Yeah.
And thankfully, we were all there for the opening weekend as we took over.
Yeah, the Natitude
It was fun.
it was
Next
good.
gen?
It was
Yeah,
good.
the Natitude felt a lot like Philly.
Yeah,
It did.
exactly. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Coming up next, we have one more segment with Amy. We'll check our text line a little bit. And we got our key 3. And also, because I got a couple of golf fans here, I'm not the golf fan of the group. However, I appreciate the Masters.
Sure.
And there was something that I know was talked about on social media a few weeks ago. And we haven't really talked about it on the air. And I heard this thing again this morning on the overnights.
Okay.
And it just doesn't feel right. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson.
It's notable, not just.
here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Let me know when we have those clips ready there, Connor, because I'd be curious to hear what John and Amy have to say. I know you know where I'm going at.
She's got a lot to say.
So we'll have these ready here momentarily. But we got the Masters coming up this week. And I can't wait. I am such a fake golf fan. I think this is the only tournament I watch.
That's all right.
That doesn't make you a fake golf fan.
No, that's still. You watch one.
You watch one. You're into it. If it really intrigues you, you're into it.
That's about it. Love the azaleas.
You don't watch the Ryder Cup?
No, I don't. No, I don't really watch anything golf.
He's not a golf guy at all. It's
Yeah, the
weird.
Ryder Cup though.
And I'm a
No golf at all.
very fake golf player. I go out.
Yeah,
maybe
but you're
3
fun
or
to play
4
golf
times
with,
a
I
year.
hear.
Yeah, because I'm fast.
That's good
I
too.
may suck, but I'm not slowing you down.
All right.
So I'm listening on the way in to ESPN Overnight, which I always do, and I love the program that they have, and I'm a big fan of the ESPN network.
You should be.
Now, there is something that I believe I can comfortably say they missed on. So they're doing the commercial for the Masters coverage that's starting on Thursday. And they took out Ray.
What?
They took out Ray Charles.
Wait a minute. What did
The
they
Georgia
do?
on my mind?
Yes.
You're kidding me.
Take a listen.
Wait a minute. Yes.
This is the new version. This is from Noah Khan. I don't know Noah
did hear this.
Khan's
I love
music.
Noah Khan.
He's got
Big
great
fan.
music.
I heard he's
Great
amazing.
music. He's amazing.
That's what
But-
Brendan Gunn right away said, dude,
But he's not Ray Charles.
No.
So
He is great.
Take a listen. It just doesn't sit right with
Let
me.
me hear this. No.
I mean, it's still beautiful. It's beautiful.
No, it's not the same song.
Look, I could vibe out to this in my backyard during the summertime.
And the background singers?
No, I love it.
No.
I'll be honest. I love it.
No.
But I want you
Yeah,
to
I like the song. This is not appropriate.
This is Masters Thursday,
That's it.
Friday,
That is criminal.
Saturday, Sunday.
It's criminal.
Sunday.
Ray.
That's criminal.
This
wait.
is the Masters. This is Georgia on
Yes.
my mind. Here on 97.5. Easy listening.
I admire
Smooth jazz.
I admire somebody who wants to do that as a tribute
Oh.
or
See,
as
I
their
saw
own
it on
spin on
Instagram, and I thought, oh, maybe because they posted some of their promos, and I was
But
like, oh,
no.
This is
I am as someone who was a Georgian,
yeah.
as someone who lived there for a quarter of a century, that is criminal.
The pan of the azaleas.
yes. So I thought it was just for Insta, and I was like, oh,
no,
that's
well, that,
nice.
and that would have been fine.
Yeah, because I was
for
like, oh, that's
Insta,
nice.
that would
Look
have
at
been
him.
fine.
Like,
You're
there you go, Noah Khan, who I love Noah Khan, big fan.
On the network, they're doing this.
That's
on
what I heard on the overnight driving in.
That's criminal.
That's,
It's their main TV commercial.
It's going to be like when Channel 6 changed their Action News changed their intro song. And
For like
people
one
lost
day,
their-
right?
Yeah. That won't go over.
No, it doesn't-
and that's no deference to Noah Khan. It's a great song.
Noah
but
Khan,
no.
a talented musician.
Extremely. I mean,
and that's wonderful that he does
Yeah,
it.
me
But
too.
it's
But
wonderful
this is
that he
the
does that.
Masters.
It's the
Stop.
Masters.
Why do we need to mess with things?
We don't.
saying, man.
We do
don't.
not. And that is not that great, by the way.
adage is, if it ain't broke, don't fix.
I've
Why do
heard-
we keep fixing things that aren't broken?
I've heard better renditions.
I
I liked it.
still
I
thought
liked
was
it.
I
good.
liked it. I
Legitimately,
liked it.
that's
I've heard.
Dude,
have you
the
ever
next-
heard Gladys Knight do it?
No.
Gladys Knight, obviously an Atlantan too.
Yeah.
Has done it, and she's done it in homage.
Well, I'm sure. I think it's like,
and
yeah.
it's great.
You got to hear the Connor Thomas karaoke version. That's a good one.
Let's go
That's
to the
one
text
song I
line,
don't
Connor.
wanna hear you do.
Yeah, let's move on quickly.
I can sing. All right. We'll
do we
go
have
to
on-
the text
What
line.
do we have on the text
Fine.
line, Ray?
Trying to kill my singing career.
Connor Charles.
All right, we have a check-in here to answer the question James in Levittown does on the Eagles. I don't think anyone should be concerned about next season. We aren't going to be as good. We aren't winning 13 games. That's just the reality. But personally, I would not be surprised if the NFC East crown came down to a Week 18 matchup between the Commanders and the Eagles.
I'm hoping they don't do a Week 18 because of the fact is I don't want to see where potentially both teams are going to the playoffs and they could play 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah.
Something like that. I want them spread out a little bit. I want a final week matchup versus the Cowboys
Yeah.
or the Giants.
Yeah. A little bit spread out. I don't like when they backload it like that.
Yeah, I'm not looking for that.
And I think the league tries to be careful with that, don't they?
Well, I think
I feel
they
like last year was a little bit backloaded.
Well, I mean,
right?
you always have a
Well, I'm saying
divisional.
like the Week 18
You
game.
always end with the
You
divisional
always
game.
in, yeah, and I feel like it's almost always the Cowboys.
It seems like, well, and then Giants.
Last
The
year's
last
the
two, I
Giants,
think
yeah.
the last two, was it Giants?
Yeah, so it's
Bad.
always, but I feel like they kind of shoved a few in. And I think, honestly, it could have been because of the way they had to front load the schedule with the Brazil game. So maybe that's one of the reasons why with the travel.
be.
Because if you remember, the last couple of weeks of the season, they didn't get on a plane. It was trains and
Right.
only. So I think that could have been one of the things, the reasons behind it. So it was like D.C., New York. It was just those.
John was saying
Baltimore.
earlier he thinks the win total will come out at around 10.5, and I believe
Vegas.
Yeah, that's why I said like 10 or 11.
I think that's hitting late. Remember last
Yeah.
year
I
it
will
was,
bet-
it
I
was
will-
low, and
It
they
was
hit
low.
it early.
I think it will be 10.5 when it comes out. The first day it's posted. And I already have funds that I will put in.
But that might not
allotted
be
for that.
hitting till
But if it
December.
was 11
Yeah,
and a half,
it might not hit until week 14.
Yeah.
if it was 11 and a half, I'd go,
Which is
boy,
okay.
one
Which
twisted
is
ankle.
okay.
Yeah.
Week
which is
15.
okay.
It's a
All
tough
right.
schedule.
What else we got?
We also have a check-in from Khalil, who is talking about the schedule and says, hell to the no, it doesn't concern me. Y'all are crazy and worry too much for the average Joe. The league needs to be worried about us. And the Commanders, please.
Okay. Again, I think the Commanders take a step back, so I don't know what you're hearing, Khalil. John said the exact same thing. The schedule is difficult, though. As much as I get what he's saying, the league has to worry about us. We had the texter earlier today that made a good point. The league will also be circling this game.
Yeah.
Every team wants, like, think about the Bears for a second. The Eagles are much better than the Bears.
They are.
But you don't think Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams are going, hey,
This
we're
is
gonna
it.
we're
Yep.
gonna we're gonna show the league that we're here by beating the Super Bowl champs. Like, you
Yeah.
don't think that's something that goes through their
It's
minds?
going to be on everybody's
mind every week.
Yeah, whether you're the Bears or you're the Lions, it's going to be everyone's mind, right?
Yeah.
Because you're the top dog. I like that, though. Don't you want to be that?
Oh, absolutely.
I never have wanted anything more as a sports fan.
Than to be the
Growing up in
the
this
hunted-
town, I want to be the big one on the block
Yeah.
that knocks people down,
Yeah.
that everybody's shooting to beat off. You know, that's what you got to do.
Yeah.
Now I'm curious, what would Khalil say if I asked, what his win total is? Because if we say 11 wins, is that too low for Khalil?
Well, no,
11
he
wins
said
is a good
he said they won't win 13. Okay.
All right.
Connor said that
12.
earlier.
Yeah.
I think we both agreed 12 is the target.
And so how is that worrisome? How is that?
That's
how
not
is that
worrying me at all.
over worrying? If I said they're going to win 8 games,
Do they think 12's not going to win the division, I wonder?
12 is going to get you?
I think that's a great.
I think 12
season.
wins this division easy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like I
I think
do.
that would be the only concern for
It
people
might
to
not
think.
get you the 1 seed.
but it might get you the
Might
2
not.
seed.
Oh no, I think you're getting a 2 seed with it.
You know what I
Minimum.
mean? Like, I don't
Minimum.
think 12 wins is
Yeah.
getting you the 4 seed, right?
No.
No,
Gosh, after last year, like 8 wins.
Yeah.
I love that. We're getting emails now. You know, or texters saying, "Yeah, they're not going to win 13." Okay.
Okay. They're going to win 12.
I'm not expecting to win 13.
No.
If they win 13, then it's even better.
Yeah, that's just great.
Oh, I'm not asking them to win 13. I'm not
No.
doing the whole, if they don't win 13 games, I'm disappointed.
Yeah, and it's how they win and when they win and what those games are.
Right. And again, we saw it last year. Patience is okay, whether I want to admit it or not.
I'm going to remember you said that.
Oh, it's clipped.
Yeah,
Thank you.
It's in the archives
Yeah,
now.
we'll see. Well, if,
We need
Kevin,
to play that one
if the
later.
offense looks bad because of Kevin Petula, then we'll revisit the conversation.
All right, there
All right,
it
it is time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3 best minutes from today's show.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
The Phillies could accomplish something, not totally, but they could do something pretty important this week.
Well, I would say this: I took my glasses off for this one.
I know, I
Haley.
saw you do it,
Haley,
too.
so I could look straight in the camera on this one for you.
Hey, you are just like Days of Our Lives.
Well, no, GH more, but we're young in the wetness. That's fine. I'm going to tell you this, is that you guys on Friday told me you can't read too much into an April series. And I completely agree with you. As I always am the believer of and have always preached, you wait till Memorial Day to check the standings. You don't really worry about the standings. But I also was told by a very wise man once, and it was the Braves manager, Bobby Cox,
Right?
said in an interview, you can't win the division in April, but you can most certainly lose it. And I always thought about that and wondered about that because they had scuffled to start a season, and then, of course, the Braves then take off and win like 100 games. I look at this series as a chance. The machine is beeping. Grandma, you love her, and you hate seeing her there, and you know she's not waking up, and you're going to be the one that is brought in to pull the plug. You know what you do? This week, you can absolutely set that Braves team into a tailspin. You can find a way to make their entire season seem like a grind, an uphill battle, something that's going to be a total struggle bus the entire year. Or you can decide to get the paddles and give grandma new life. For all you grandmas out there, we do love you. You gotta find a way to pull the plug.
We're joined by our man, Jeff McLane. Jeffrey, good morning. How are we doing today?
It helps tremendously to have Vic back for a second year, and there being more than half the defense that has played in that scheme, the starting defense, and certainly there'll be guys that are being elevated to more prominent roles who have played the defense, know it. But yeah, there'll be new faces at a few specific spots, and yeah, there'll be a little bit of a process there. But if you look at the guys who left and who's replacing them, for the most part, they're in house, right? I think cornerback is probably going to be Keely Ringo. I'm not 100% certain upon that, but safety, I feel like they're probably going to do something there. There could be a newer guy there, but if not, Sidney Brown's plays in the scheme, and then so yeah, and linebacker is another spot, but with Jacoby Dean's future uncertain, because that could be Jeremiah Trotter. But so I don't think it's going to be a huge deal.
Ben Ingram, the voice of the Atlanta Braves. Ben, good morning. How you doing today?
Here's the thing: if you face those three with Luzardo, Nola, and Wheeler, that is a brutal stretch for any team to face if those guys are on. So I'll say a tip of the cap for the Phillies for making that move and bringing him in. And I think it's a move that should have been talked about more across Major League Baseball.
Do you believe, question 1 at 610-632-0975, that something feels different with this Phillies team through 9 games this year? The conversations around the Phillies since before the season even started have definitely swayed more negative than positive. Does something feel different through 9 games this year? And that is the Kincade Salciunas Key 3 best minutes from today's show. All right, so Wheeler sailed today.
Oh, I am so looking forward to this.
I am somebody that can have left brain, Phillies fan, right brain, baseball fan. So obviously, Phillies fan me wants to see Phils win 10-0.
Right.
Right? Part of me also would love to see like a 2-1.
Yeah, I was going to say like
Phils win.
No, I want that.
Like, let me see it, man.
Because that would be that's just good baseball. Like that's just going to be good baseball.
I'd love to see
like situational hitting.
Oh my gosh!
Moving the runners over,
especially with what we're going to get on paper tomorrow. The Walker versus Holmes.
Wait a minute. That's what you're saying on opening. That's what you're saying last Wednesday, Thursday.
And look what happened.
And he came out and he was great.
Yeah,
so,
and I said as he walked off the mound,
that was it.
I said I hope that's the last time I ever saw him pitch in a Phillies uniform.
And I hope he shows you up tomorrow. But
yeah,
I know you do too.
The Philly side of his brain wants.
I know you do too. But I got to tell you tonight, I want exactly what you want.
Yeah,
I'd love to see.
It'd be awesome.
2-1
a pitcher's duel
in 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Oh, it'd be great.
Where I have to see very few relievers.
It would show that the Phillies, and I think they showed it in the Dodgers series that you can win without necessarily mashing the ball. Obviously, the last game they did mash the ball. We saw that. But I feel like, all right, show me that you can win games the hard way, too.
Yeah, this is the biggest game of the series, this game 1, because if
Sets
you don't...
the tone, right?
Yeah, you got to beat
the
Sale.
Walker thing is up in the air.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have a lot of faith in him. And Schwellenbach's been really good, so we'll see how that goes. Like, you got to win this game to give yourself a good shot.
So
Luzardo's been better, though.
Yes,
he has been.
So around the room, who is Edmundo Sosa in the lineup, yes or no? We'll start there.
Yes.
Yes.
Stott the odd man out?
Yes.
Unfortunately.
Yes.
So Kepler's in the lineup then?
Yes.
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 What else would you do?
Rojas center.
Rojas
and then
center.
Marsh left.
I ain't
maybe.
playing Marsh.
You're playing Marsh?
No, I ain't playing Marsh.
Well, here's the thing, though, with Marsh. What I will tell you is, look at Marsh's numbers in Atlanta. It's his hometown. He grew up around 15 miles from the stadium. He hits very well there.
All right, he can have his friends come out when Grant Holmes pitches.
He's risen to the occasion playing in Atlanta, and I think Rob Thompson may look at that.
Gold Glove nominee in left field last year, whether you believe it or not. And he's a guy, like in this game where runs are at a premium, you might say, hey, let's go get defense
you
out
put
there.
him in left, and you put Rojas in center. Okay.
Try and
That's
beat
what
it up.
you're going. I don't hate that, Connor.
You're going with a defensive-oriented line.
Potentially.
Yeah, with the pitcher you have on the mound, that's what I'm going for.
Okay, that's interesting.
I'd want that. And they've shown they can play a little small ball.
Yeah, they have.
I don't think it's what they want to be.
So you would go if that's the scenario, it would be the Turner, Bohm.
It's the Turner,
Bohm, Harper, Schwarber.
Right.
And then what? Castellanos.
Yes.
Real
Muto.
Muto. Sosa, Marsh, Rojas.
I'm totally fine with that lineup.
that is.
You're not?
What did he hit last year off lefties? Like 190?
Yeah, what's he
Not
doing
ideal.
this year against lefties? Not much better.
Kepler's not great against them either. It'll
I'll be
interesting
interested to see what the lineup looks
No,
like
I
today.
go Kepler.
Yeah, but
and-
Olivia and my daughter and Haley both would like to see Kepler in the lineup. Big fans. Pierce Heights. Hey, Pierce Phelps Bryan Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors.
Great
They made a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research. You can do it yourself at 975thefanatic.com/AACR. They do great work. Cancer research saved my life, and it saves lives every day.
Damn right, man.
Good stuff.
Amy, great job as
Thank you,
always.
guys.
We
See you,
appreciate
Amy.
you coming in.
See you guys next week.
Thanks for letting us put our feet up the last 2 hours
How many
of the show.
Little League games will you see in the next week?
I got 3.
Oh,
There you
that's
go.
nothing. Only 3 games.
He wants him on a
Oh.
travel team.
Yeah,
he
come
wants
on,
Cooper
man.
on a travel
4.
team at
I
that
forgot
age,
about Bakers.
playing 12 times.
Then you can come over and be his taxi cab.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. Everybody have a great rest of your day. Mike Missanelli Show comes your way next. And don't forget, right at 10 o'clock, your next chance to win $1,000 here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic